F3. Back at it again. And I can begin on a much more positive note of not long after the last session of this, the next patch released, and patch notes for these have not been great. Which, understandable, since there's probably important parts of the company that are skeleton crews right now. They're aware of the instabilities that happen from long sessions, and are working on them.
I think this is a skeleton crew during an unprecedented pandemic.
Yes.
For budget games. So yeah, they're going to prioritize stability before anything else. If we see any balance patches, we'll see them a year from now, probably.
Yeah. It is at least a case of these have not been orphaned. And that makes more sense. That especially makes sense that of the three, like, the NES trilogy, if they had planned to release that and started into that before Plague Time kicked in, and then had the reality of Plague Time kind of come down on them all at once, that this is the one that suffered the most cutbacks, whereas 1 and 2 came through mostly unscathed.
Yeah, I've been wondering if that's where that lined up timeline-wise.
Yeah, see, you probably start this just in chronological order because you built the systems out as needed that way. Like, it's not like anything's gonna stop production on an unprecedented scale.
He's only software. Anyway, let's fight Bahammer.
Is this a typo or is this intentional?
For the spells, it's intentional. They decided that the summoning spells are not named after the summoned beasts directly. For this one. For whatever reason. Who knows why, but that's just what they did.
How deep in are we? I think I missed the last few of these.
Plot-wise, we are capable of going into the endgame, so I'm doing a roundup of side quest, supplementary stuff. Collecting summons, mostly. Even though, as of current build, I'm not planning to use summons. Well, man falls down.
Hate to see it.
These things happen.
I kind of love to see it, honestly. The sprites are very good.
Yes. The various dead on the floor sprites.
Fucking dirt. Still don't like looking at Long Bahamut though.
He is uncomfortably somewhere between Long Dragon and Beefy Dragon in a way that doesn't work.
I've been reflecting on it since last time, and I really think it is because of the wings being positioned higher than the forearms.
Yeah, that feels wrong. The wing shouldn't be above the shoulders. Wing shouldn't be the shoulders. You do at least one set of legs first, right?
But yeah.
Either you have only one set of appendage and wings are replacing the arms or forelimbs entirely.
Well, I don't think we have any real-world examples of things that have, like, non-insects that have multiple sets of limbs and also wings.
We have real-world examples of creature designs that people like looking at.
Yes, we do.
There's an agreed upon, yep, that's dragons, in various traditions that have dragons. And this is none of those.
No, that is definitely true.
I think it's
I
the
also-
fact that, like,
I
if you rotate...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Morris, you first.
I really don't like how his tail, like, dramatically narrows down immediately where it touches the butt.
You know, I hadn't noticed and now I have.
It's
And
really
that's weird.
unpleasant.
It is another layer
Yeah.
of weirdness that comes into the NES sprites. Of sometimes, like, when you look at the concept art, you can see there was more of a sense of perspective that was intended in the original sketch or painting, and then the sprite kind of flattens it innately because of the switch in mediums. And then other times it's just, no, Hamano drew a really weird creature, and now it's on screen.
Now
Isn't it
you'll
cool?
have to deal with it. I think it's because if you tilt Bahamut and, like, imagine for a second on all fours, the face, there's no balance here. Like, this is a creature doomed to smacking its face perpetually on the ground.
He has a
He's too
very
long
long
because that
neck,
dang
yeah.
body.
That neck is uncomfortably long, yeah. And does he have a nose? Is that a nose there that above his snout?
I think. Oh no! Now I see like a bird head on top of the rest of the dragon skull.
Yeah, it what's going on with your face, Bahamut?
Bahamut with the two skulls. And yeah, as
Clearly
usual,
has
spell
been well.
damage is extremely number wang in this. Welcome to the phase of the fight where it's just White Mage with their miraculous ability to not die of everything.
The kitty hat protects them.
Cat is natural enemy of Strange Bird. We will find out in 4 hours to what extent the patch has helped with the things they said they patched.
So this part of the fight is just he keeps doing this, huh?
Particle Beam.
You like Particle Beam? I don't.
Particle Beam.
I think also there's the fact that the underbelly looks disconnected from the rest of the body.
Yeah, the way his underbelly is set up, it looks less like a reptile's underbelly and more like he's got a bunch of blue plates on it.
Yeah, it looks like a potential Yobby situation where if Bahamut opens his mouth, it just keeps going.
To be fair, if it were actually that unsettling, I think I'd like it better.
Yeah, I'm coming around to liking the version of it that's deliberately fucked up a lot more. Congratulations on defeating Bahamut.
Defeating Bahamut to acquire the spell Bahammer.
Right.
Well, you
That's
get the
silly,
Bahammer
but you
from
get
the
this.
Bahamut.
Baha, Bahama, etc.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it fits, yep.
I'm not smart enough today to make a Bauhaus joke, but it's there in my heart.
We will accept that it has been made.
7 Bahamuts, maybe more. Imagine. But yeah, that's just in keeping with in this one. I would wonder if that was also the case in like the NES release, like the original one, because I've only played the fan patch of 3NES. If they decided that this first time, for the debut of summons as a spell type, they did not think that they would just name the spell the creature it's summoning.
So these are Boros, but not Ouroboros.
Just one Boros.
I like the hair. Boris got a mullet.
Yeah, that's a mullet.
Mullets feel like they're on the edge of coming back into major style just as a result of just a confluence of circumstances.
Yeah, the pandemic. The
People getting
pandemic mullet
haircuts less
is
often or
yeah.
self-maintaining their hair, and so
Yeah. And honestly, I'm fine with that. I'm fine if mullets come back. They've earned it.
Have they?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe bell bottoms will come back too. We can get some fucked up hybrid fashion going.
That's a threat.
Damn right it is. I love bell bottoms.
I don't think bell bottoms are going to come back immediately, because that's the kind of thing you need some lead time for. People have to start making the pants.
The pants are made. People just have to accept that they want to wear them.
I feel like a few generations will be in the bell bottoms.
it starts with people rediscovering the strategic reserve of bell bottoms, just taking them out of mothballs.
Now the question is, would these be ironic bell bottoms or unironic bell bottoms?
Everything starts ironic and it
Everything
just
starts,
becomes...
yeah. That's how I like bell bottoms. I've made a mistake in my youth. I had a deeply beloved pair of atrocious pants that I got from Knob Shop, which were just 100% silk bell-bottom cut pants, right? Which is already a lot. That's already a lot to conceptualize.
Yeah.
But they were like navy and brown snakeskin pattern. They were atrocious and I adored them.
I put a holster in my oven.
Why'd you do that?
For baking?
I don't think that's where that goes.
What are you gonna bake?
Okay, there's one reason the black mage was less durable than our white mage. I have not yet purchased, or I had not equipped, but did purchase the black robe. Well, that will help.
Oh yeah, you have access to the best
Do I have
one,
better
yeah.
wizard hats via the vending machines? No, I do not. Some hats just remain verboten.
It doesn't look like they sell any hats except for the diamond helm. No hats for anyone else.
Yeah, 3 NES is, like, I pointed out a lot of times in the early game when they were very good about making sure they gave you gear that was useful for the thing they're about to ask you to do. Then they just kind of stop doing that and get very confused and unfocused. Right, I still have to get level 8 spells, which those are elsewhere. Those are not sold in stores.
Are they at the bottom of a dungeon?
Yes.
Okay, I like the airship doing little hops over the mountains. That's cute.
Yes, so now I need to come back up here with the submarine.
Right, there's just a bizarre fucking shadow in the water there that hasn't been addressed so far.
Yet.
I wouldn't worry about it.
We've heard a bard down on the surface be like, hey, you heard about... Or wait, maybe I just hop in here and do that. Let's see.
Yeah. I'll get on the royal canoe.
Ah, good.
Fall
It's a
into Lake
dungeon
Cave.
that is also a snake.
Crap.
Oh my god!
Time for crab.
Crab is shouting.
Either having like the best or the worst day. There is no in between.
Having a crab day.
Moot.
I kind of love that this dungeon has no explanation. You just go visit the lake snake and there's a dungeon in it.
In it, around it, something.
What is the lake situation?
I think they have tentacles and they're hovering.
Hovering or swimming. Like maybe fights are supposed to be happening in a slightly more submerged space than what it looks like.
The mist is pretty soupy.
Could be some kind of arrowfish.
Arrowfishness.
Fun. Holy shit!
Someone had a lot of fun with these sprites.
I want to pet that.
It's good that we're
I'm
back
gonna
to the
pet that.
fun.
So someone had so much fun with those sprites.
Perfect creature. This is just the cave where the perfect children live. Love its jewelry. Someone made that. Someone made that for the Sea Lions.
Someone who cared a lot about them.
As is good in Harbour.
Musk. Which attack spell is that? Okay, it's just a light damage attack.
Did they have to call it Musk?
Lamp Musk.
Oh my god!
Teeth.
That, Remora? That's not a Remora!
Teeth.
It is now.
Maybe the Remora is the blue thing, and it's latched onto the pink coral. So what's up with the turning gray? Is that like a
That's-
slow
Yeah,
petrification?
partial petrify.
That's neat.
It happens in 3 steps before it applies the full effect.
Pity it's too slow to actually be useful.
Yes. That was one of my sources of ire during the previous session, that they seem to have removed the ability to hit with multiple stacks of it at once, which could be done with the appropriate gear in the NES version. Especially egregious because it is one of the ways that you can deal with the most annoying enemy type in the game. You hate to see them remove tools for minimal reason.
It's probably because of how they made status effects all work for all the games that you can't multi-stack this one.
Or... maybe if I start swinging the staves instead of invoking them? Because they might also try to petrify on hit. I was never clear on that, whether it's these or a different endgame staff that does petrify on touch. There's like rune staff still waiting to show up. Something like that. Many dungeon remain, most of which are sections of the same dungeon.
It was nice of the fish to throw you just down into this plate's full of treasure.
Or to swallow you, we might be inside it.
Could be inside the fish. That would explain the Remora situation.
Okay, yeah, just whacking with the staff gets you 2 stacks of Petrify. There we go. Now White Mage is much deadlier.
Huh.
Get him.
Okay, so
Well.
because the staff multi-hits, it can stack
Or
easily.
I think each staff is being limited to 1 stack of effect, which still means 2 out of 3 steps of Petrify happening in one go, which is alright. For free, I will take 2/3 of an instant kill.
Yeah.
If I had another staff user, they could cooperate and dismantle anything.
I assume most bosses are immune to this strategy.
Yes. But many regular fights are not.
Jesse, what can I do?
I just kind of love that they're staring blankly out at the screen while screaming.
Just grab things.
Incredible. I love him so much. This made, like, we've had in this short time competition for 3 different types of favorite enemies that I've seen in this game so far. It's incredible.
Bird noises. Bird breath. Tornado.
Yeah,
All
sorry
right.
about that, I had to adjust my fan.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, that just leaves the item of actually completing the dungeon. Yeah, there we go. There's fish. Longfish.
Okay, so we went to Lakefish to capture Longfish.
Yes.
I'm bracing now to see what happens with this fish.
Save the effort of re-traversing the entire dungeon.
Ah, Leviathan. Is this the first time Leviathan has been in a game?
Leviathan was in 2 as a dungeon. Now Leviathan is here as fish.
Leviathan needs to gain some weight.
This is a lot to take in. There's a lot going on with this fish.
Tis the
I just-
longfish, not the whitefish.
Yeah, I feel worried about Leviathan. I worry that he's not eating enough.
Leviathan has very, like, nature doing a first draft on sharks energy.
The fin arrangement is also just kind of haphazard. Here, have some
I
fins.
think Leviathan is doing his best.
He's trying. He's doing what he can.
He does what he
Which is a
do.
lot, apparently. Damn.
He commands the big wet.
Yeah, you could say it like that. You sure did say it like that.
Look, I'm not sure what else you call that screen transition he summons. It's big and it's wet.
And he had decided to particle beam. Particle beam, particle beam. It is perhaps the case that for 3NES they were more... They were a bit deep into celebrating the powerful animations they could now create. And just use those to justify too many particle beams. Because a lot of bosses just have their own personal particle beam by the end game.
Quake. Other Quake.
But does he have wide-angle Tsunami?
Tsunami Fusillade.
Well, Rick Leviathan, you were kind of bad.
Leviathan. He tried.
Receive the Leviath. I think there's still some, like... There's shop-like entities in Eureka, aren't there?
I don't remember there being any.
Maybe...
I feel like there should be.
Time will tell.
Yeah, time will tell.
Yeah, yeah, because that's also where you can buy more shuriken as, like, your final money sink.
Has money become truly fake yet?
Fairly.
Oh hey, baby airship is here.
Yes, baby airship is necessary still, because it is fast enough to go in there.
It would have been cool if you could park baby airship inside big airship.
Yeah, if you could dock one to the other. Having one vehicle grab another vehicle would be a thing in 4.
I don't remember multiple vehicles in 4, but I also played it a very long time ago.
It was mostly various airship, but then there was also hovercraft. At some point, hovercraft becomes
right,
carryable.
Yeah. I like that this bird is just kind of perched. I never remember how to pronounce that name, though. It's Persian.
We just called it Sumo last time.
Yeah, it is a Persian mythical queen of birds.
Neat.
Anyway, here we are engaging in nominally optional, but practically not really optional material.
Is there anything in the dead end that is worth getting, or
I
is it
don't
just
believe
a
so.
dead end?
We'll find out. Yeah, we're at this point, plot-wise, we know Zand, Rude Wizard, is at the Crystal Tower and going to do rude things. We must defeat him. And meanwhile,
suppose
Doka and Dune are preparing a ritual to crack open the seals on some ancient weapons.
I mean, I suppose that is kind of his entire character.
Yes. For the final stretch, I'll get 100 high potions, and that will be my bulk restorative for the dungeon. Much appreciation for the Warlock sprite being Black Mage slightly accessorized.
There's not a lot you can do to improve on the Black Mage formula, really.
The highest levels of the Dark Arts. Clown Pants? Moon Hat? Reaching the level of sorcery where you wear what you want because who is going to tell you otherwise? Skeletons.
That sure is a room.
Bones live there. Let me just be sure that I'm actually... Yeah, Black Belt Gi is the best armor I have for that. Don't have anything better than Scholar Hat and Feather Hat for you two. You've got the Protect Rings, though, so... keeps you fairly safe. Diamond Club is better than Power Bracer for that purpose. I don't want to invite the shenanigans that Reflect Mail would cause. So yeah, team is wearing about the best stuff I can provide for them. Okay, that's forward. So, how many skeletons are in that other room? Hello, Humbaba.
The enhanced Black Mage fashion has been a consistent source of joy. So good, just the way that they've implied those are balloon pants.
Conflating Humbaba and the Bull of Heaven is an interesting take. We don't actually know what Humbaba looks like. That's a fun fact. He is never described in the Epic of Gilgamesh. We do know he wears clothing, though. He has many shoes.
Why are there now chests in the bone room?
Well, you have to the ribs go in the chest.
I want you to know that I'm giving my webcam a very unimpressed look right now. I'm setting it as
So noted.
that was great. I hated it. Do we get any information about the kind of shoes that Humbaba likes?
Hang on.
I figured if anything,
Um,
it's probably you.
Yeah, Gilgamesh gives Humbaba big shoes and tiny shoes.
Okay, so from that we can conclude either there are multiple pairs of feet of different sizes, or what's important is the shoe, not it as an item of clothing.
Yeah, there are 7 gifts that are given to Humbaba. We don't know what one of them is because the text is missing. But 2 of them are a pair of sisters to marry Humbaba. One of them is some flour and a skin of water. Then you have the big shoes and the tiny shoes, and then a selection of shiny rocks. So the shoes might theoretically be for the wives.
Yes. Entirely possible.
And in return for this, Gilgamesh is given Humbaba's terrifying auras. The word used there is very confusing, and they don't appear to be physical objects. We do know he has monkeys, though.
Finally.
That's from the latest update, right?
Yes, that is very recent discovery. Humbaba had monkeys.
That's incredibly important.
And, turns out a relatively recent translation does give a brief description of Humbaba. He had the paws of a lion, a body covered in thorny scales, feet with the claws of a vulture, and the horns of a wild bull. His tail and phallus each ended in a snake's head.
That sounds like
Okay.
Mythos.
Yep.
Also, he has monkeys serving as his musicians, and they play a background song for him whenever he shows up.
Oh, just like East Island Chief.
Just like East Island Chief.
I'm so glad that just the concept of theme music is really a thing that humanity can all come together over through the
Yeah,
ages.
We have all agreed that if you're cool, you need music.
Anyway,
What?
We are
That's
being
Doga.
attacked by a... What? What is that?
It's Doga.
Yeah, Doga.
It's
It looks like-
wizards.
It looks like a clown got applied to some kind of sphere.
This is what wizards look like.
This is the clown orb.
It can be the clown.
Now, in taking my own advice, they did hand me a set of 4 items that cast Reflect, and we're fighting wizards, so maybe
Yeah, I remember these being the fights that are like, oh, those are tolerable.
Reflect will help.
It's not raw bad.
Does Reflect get in the way of your healing in this game?
It would.
Yeah,
Maybe
they'll totally
Reflect will
balance off.
help.
And Reflect lasts until it reflects a single spell, it seems?
I have no idea.
Well, because it looks like your White Mage does not have Reflect on anymore, according to the
Well,
menu.
there doesn't seem to be any visual. Maybe it lasts for 1 bounce?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm guessing from the menu when you're applying Reflect, see it lists who has it. White Mage does not have it anymore.
I guess that's it. Drain yourself. Good job.
That's certainly a thing you can do.
Another layer, it could be that instead. This is a very effective design in that it's left me confused and slightly dazed, which is like optimal. For...
Yeah, I think a Gonzo face in there somewhere, but I'm not sure.
Well, now we get to go directly into the second fight with one of our characters already dead, so... There's your day.
All right, this is a much more easily parsed,
A more
sprite.
easily
I'm not-
parsed, dangerous grandma.
Yeah.
I kind of want to edit a bowling ball on her arms.
That would make this pose make more sense, yes. Also, I kind of love that the dead black mage sprite is just the hat.
Yeah.
Well. It is a gripe that I will freely throw against the end game here, that the intended design from a while ago forward seems to be bring 2 white mages, which is fundamentally boring. Pay an action tax of throwing full party Kiragas, or making sure you have enough people to maintain the buff treadmill. Or perish. Your choice. It's not great. And now I'm out of reflects, so...
So I guess now it's time to just power through it.
I was about to say, at least they've had the restraint of only using single target moves, and then the particle beam.
Oh hey, it looks like that ignores reflect.
Also, it's not reflectable. What a cool move.
And oh hey, if you die here, you have to do both fights.
Yes. Reflect might help. Beep.
So were these friends of the party before they became
Yes.
evil? Okay.
They did not become evil. They are sacrificing their lives in order to release enough juice to break the seal.
Okay, and this required them to try to kill you.
Yeah, the ritual was, alright, we have to honestly fight to the death. Also fits into other things, so these two and Zand were the three heirs to the great sage Noah. These two each inherited some form of immortality. Zand did not, and that is the roots of his motivation to go off and cause bullshit.
Okay.
Of being like, alright, I need to brute force a way to not die. Cast the world into the abyss. Got it.
This is as good a plan as any,
If time doesn't exist, then there is not a future I won't be in. Yeah, that's close enough.
That works, I guess.
And so it then kind of then proceeds to fit into that these two are willing to give up their immortality in order to defeat Zand.
Yeah, it seems like it was probably for the best that he was the one who did not become immortal.
There was another item in the Cave of Shadows? What?
How fucking dare it. You went over that place really firmly.
And it's not in a chest.
And it's not a chest.
Is there someone to talk to there?
Maybe I didn't loot one of the corpses at the entrance?
I've been trying so hard to keep the plot of this game straight in my head, but every session just resets it. So much happens.
And there's a lot of events, but as far as I can tell, the plot itself is fairly simple.
Yeah, there's a lot of events, but they don't really form an overarching narrative. They just, kid goes, plays, stuff happens. Go next
Yeah.
place.
I think that's what was losing me there. Assuming these were...
Wait, the fairy claws inflict frog?
Apparently!
Why hasn't that gotten a chance to do anything to anyone? I've been stabbing so many things with the frog claws this whole time.
Maybe the
Actually,
wyvern
that's happened
claws
way
do
more.
it? Oh, nope.
It can inflict toad, yeah.
Okay.
Cast Confuse when used in battle. Oh, and I can also cast Arrow with the wyvern claws. Interesting.
Do enemy sprites change when frogged?
I don't think so,
They-
no.
So
Is
it's
any enemy
entirely
vulnerable to
possible.
frog?
It's entirely possible that they could have been turned into frogs and you never noticed.
They can't hurt us if they're frogs.
Isn't
No,
frog
they
dead?
can't do physical damage if they're frogs.
In this one, frog ceases to be death, because they do have the frog dungeons, wherein the frogging occurs.
Well, you unfrog yourself the second you get through the frog gate.
Yes, the frog gates.
Oh, no. Perfect picture. There's so many really good creatures in this, and it just makes Long Bahamut stand out more as an aberration.
Yeah, there we go. Only 34,000 to have a full stack of high potion.
And that gives your non-wizards something to do during wizard fights.
Yes. Want to know what that missing item is? But do I want that badly enough to navigate the air labyrinth again? Yes, maybe. Sleeping did not unfrog.
Huh.
Only frog will unfrog.
Airship hopscotch is certainly a sport.
I wish you didn't have to do it every time.
Though, on another hand...
You have artillery now?
Yeah, when you're on this boat and get into fights in the air on the boat, you get cannon fire at the start of the fight. Thing that it's surprising more games didn't pick up from this is, alright, what's a really good end game benefit to hand to the player? Portable village. That's how you know things are serious now. You
there was
have a town
township
that you drag with you.
Yeah.
You have a tiny house.
Township was cool, though.
Tiny house the size of a mountain range.
The largest van.
Like, Breath of Fire 2's township was pretty unique for its time because you not only got to take your village with you eventually, you also got to pick who lived there. Over the game, you could recruit a bunch of people to various roles in your village, and they would provide slightly different benefits.
Forgot about that.
An item that is not a chest. Like, my only thought is maybe, like, a rock or a skeleton that's just laying around. Okay.
Ah, there we go.
Just a dude who I didn't
That was
prod,
nice.
who has a free sword. There we go.
Now to go back out through the air labyrinth.
Particle beam. And I think that's everything that's out here. Yeah, like the one big thing would be if I wanted to go and get additional spells that would be handed off when I switch these two into sages, when it is time for sages. Which could itself be something to do after Eureka. This will come back up from Eureka. Alright, let's do the thing phase 1. The Ancient Maze, where previously you walk in, you get the Earth Crystal, you leave.
Oh, this was the place with the weird don't like that floor texture. The weird lava that you could just walk through, right?
I don't think we did much lava walking.
And maybe getting confused with a different game at this point.
The Fire Cave much earlier had cold lava.
Ah, okay. Hey, Iron Claws, what are you?
Claws,
What's that?
iron, teeth. Just a thing with many pointy arms. It's these. Get a look at them.
I'm looking.
Oh, hey, I remember this guy. He was in Fiesta.
He's a perfectly ordinary sergeant.
Incredibly ordinary. You need not bring it.
Morgan, someone has fulfilled your bowling ball desires in the Discord.
Oh boy.
Excellent.
Incredible. Absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Alright, so thing over there, thing over there, thing up there. First thing's over here. It is indeed a labyrinth. It's very convoluted.
Yeah, it's a straight line though. Well,
I
not a straight
cannot
line. It's a
hold
line.
it.
It's got some branches on it. It's the long tube. Hello, Thanatos.
Okay, sure. Horse also does not have head.
Yep, horse also does not have elbow to hold head in, so...
Horses have elbows.
That's... I can't argue with that, I suppose. I would have classed them as knees.
You're gonna make me get the horse anatomy chart out, boys.
No, I just didn't think of them as arms.
The only horse anatomy chart you need is where to place the demolition charges.
That's true.
Just hold on.
And how much load you need.
I heard up to where to place the, and then everything.
Demolition charges.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Instructions for horse disposal.
I really don't like the waviness of this floor.
It's really well done, and I do not like beholding it with my eyes, yeah.
Musk. Yeah, the dungeon is at least going to do the diligence of handing out final tier of equipment.
That's nice of it.
That's something that plays out fine.
And I guess in this dungeon, even the random encounters are immune to being turned into rock.
Some of them are. Well, there's at least one thing in here that is vulnerable to petrification.
I really like these walls, they're very pretty.
Well, the Iron Claws already were, yeah. That happened. Still feels early to start using regular spells. My mana. Now, if I'm remembering right, because they put Titan at the front of this, there's no, like, closing boss to the labyrinth. When you reach the other side, you just get to walk out.
Does that mean that you're coming into the dungeon from the back?
Maybe.
I enjoy that, that's fun.
How does the game decide which sprite gets displayed as your walking sprite?
You can just choose.
Ah. It's attached to the shoulder pads, which are attached to the wristbands.
The things we do for fashion, I guess.
What is a dual hacken?
What is a dual Haken?
Good question.
Two Hakens. Oh, it's an axe.
Ah.
The Omni Rod. So hello, Break Blade. Sword with petrification. Hello, Omni Rod. Okay, yes, this thing can inflict petrify as well. So now I have 4 petrifying weapons in the roster.
Nice.
If something can be stone, it will. Seems like my damage was generally worse that fight for no apparent reason. Possibly just number Wang. Also, Une's here.
Just as a clone, I guess.
Third Protect Ring. And yeah, while we're in here, for those familiar with FF14, yep, here we are at the start of the thing that the raid is from. Step 1, Robot Maze. featuring things that go in the robot maze.
It was the only raid I did, so like I felt really special.
I wonder. No.
Been considering either it is stood like in football clothes, it is ready for sports. In which case it can straighten back up and reveal potentially more arm claws. Or it's just kind of fused in that position. Both do not imply good things about its one situation.
I feel like my read on the posture of this Iron Claw is that it has, like, just folded its entire head and neck down onto the front of its torso.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards.
Hell Claws.
For poison.
And a Holy Lance. The only weapon that can defeat Garuda. Yeah, you just get to walk back outside. Here too, if you were... It does make it stand out more that this is the one piece of the NES trilogy where they didn't have tents or other camping items.
Yeah, I was really missing those.
Here is what in NES would be the last save point in the game. Just this gap between the maze and the tower. Yeah, there's a point of no return within the tower. But there's plenty to be done before hitting that. Like the basement.
The basement.
Instead of up, down. Hello, Azure.
Very pretty floors and walls. I like that you could, in theory, just show it the canoe.
This is the royal canoe. You cannot bar me from entering. I have important canoe business. And yes, Eureka, the Forbidden Land, separate item count. And there are shops in here. Somewhere.
Who is selling things at the Crystal Prison?
Opportunists. Geniuses.
The crystal prison.
Because these deals are forbidden.
The shadow gospel.
Thousands of years ago, the council convened and condemned me for my low prices. But now the seal is broken and I pass the savings on to you, if you dare.
Can't resist a pitch like that, honestly. I'd walk away cursed, it'd be worth it.
Yeah, the forbidden realm of Big Bill Hells.
Those horses need more legs.
Possibly. There are 7 visible legs. Going by the hooves. One of them is just occluded somewhere.
Yeah, there's one that comes out just below the I've forgotten the words, the lower half of mouth. Bottom jaw. That. A hint of a hoof beyond the bottom jaw.
Ninjas. Ninjas in boxes.
I just noticed that the black cat is wiggling very gently sometimes.
Yep.
Only sometimes, though. Not sure why.
When channeling spells, the wiggling
Oh my
begins.
god. That's perfect.
I have just learned a very important fact. For purposes of classification, the FDA says that honey is a raw meat.
Huh. Yeah, alright.
Yes. Good.
Just taking that fact and putting it next to the fact that honey was very commonly imitated as adulterated product. Just considering just off-brand flesh body.
The imitation crab goo.
Yeah. Just piping a line of that out on the toes.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be one restock trip back out of the labyrinth post Eureka.
Is there a faster way to do that than going all the way back through the labyrinth?
Oh, the labyrinth doesn't take as long when you aren't taking every side branch for treasure. Also, when you have even larger numbers because you have been through Eureka.
I'm never ready for that. It's really disorienting.
A single throwing knife. Sealed away for thousands of years.
This implies that somebody smuggled the other one out of here.
That's why they're so expensive.
Makes sense now. I was just like taping a flyer to the windshield of the airship. Here's your sample share, come get the good shit here.
Okay, so I got curious about what that enemy was named after. Turns out it's named after a giant mythical eel from somewhere around Fiji.
Which one?
The abaya.
That doesn't look like an eel at all.
It does not. And apparently a bunch of people think that there are actual giant lake eels because of this legend.
I mean,
In my
eels
heart, there
pretty
are.
big. Yeah. There's a lot of things that used to be around in a lot larger varieties before we killed all of the really old big ones.
Yeah. I don't think that there were lake eels big enough to swallow boats, though.
Again, in my heart.
I wouldn't rule it out, personally.
Perfectly believable form of Squatch. Sometimes the fish is big.
And apparently these ones, the Haoka, are named after sacred Lakota jesters.
Maybe.
What?
It's sometimes hard to tell, like, what things are deliberately referential and what are just...
Well, it's either that or it's
blended
just nonsense
together.
syllables, yeah.
Because, like, they do enough things that are deliberately referential.
This
It is very up in the air.
The Haoka being a deliberate reference feels less likely just because I can't see any relationship at all. But I also don't know where the name comes from in that case.
Behold, Amon.
Oh,
Skeleton, again.
I like
This
the
guy's much
powerful
easier,
though.
though. This guy's a demon.
Bones, 2.
Is it always purple until... I remember the cape was still white.
The other one was mostly orange. Fine.
I can accept the eel one more quickly because, like...
It's
at
true,
one point
eels
we
are...
thought glass eels were a completely different thing rather than just baby.
Yeah, eels are very mysterious creatures. We do not understand them. But Amon here is a goetic demon. He is a marquis, great in power and most stern. He appeareth like a wolf with a serpent's tail, vomiting out of his mouth flames of fire, but at the command of the magician he putteth on the shape of a man with dog's teeth, beset in a head like a raven, or else like a man with a raven's head simply. He telleth all things past and to come, he procureth feuds and reconcileth controversies between friends. He governeth 40 legions of spirits.
Summon this demon of two friends mutually misunderstanding each other and leave them both to rule it.
Yep.
Alright, now will you actually allow time to be struck by your current weakness? For now, yes. Well.
It's weird to me that the different top-tier elemental spells are different spell levels.
Yeah, the distribution of spells across ranks is a bit weird in this.
is actually weird because I'd wondered if it was for a while, but also wasn't sure if it was just me not being able to track things.
In most Final Fantasy games in the future, the different elemental spells are all roughly on the same tier with each other, with the occasional exception of Stone and Arrow getting cut out from Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder.
Yeah, barrier shifting gimmick is... It's something that is less engaging in this setup than it is in ATB.
Yeah, in this setup, it's just kind of tedious.
Yeah, because all of the committed actions are necessary and you have no control over the order they happen in. The barrier shift is, alright, you have permission to attack every third turn-ish. Unless you
It's not great.
rewire your entire party to have, like, scan person who is always scanning. If you knew to bring a scholar to this fight again.
Or if you have
Because at
Libra,
least
but
the
that
first
seems
time they
weird.
say, hey, barriers man is coming up. You better be ready for barriers.
Is this another thing that is kind of busted because the scripting is out?
No, this is
no.
just tedious.
No, this is a structural friction just created by the fact that that this is turns where you commit all of your actions for the turn together.
But it was just as bad in the original.
Hello, Acheron.
Ah,
It's
he's
Titan
a pro
again.
wrestler.
It's Grey Titan.
Like, I'm sorry, that's just a pro wrestling outfit.
Well, there you go!
Well, he has been demoted to regular enemy. Not nearly as loud as he used to be.
He's still around though. It's nice to know.
Swords,
Still
though.
kicking around out there.
At least he comes back quickly. So each of these weapons is also a boss fight?
I believe so. Masamune.
For a given value of boss fight, anyway.
Do not underestimate ninjas. They're ninjas. Ninjas live here.
The perspective on my hand for this strike doesn't strike right.
The one giant hand.
Yeah, I thought that was like a Harpy Wing situation for a good 10 seconds.
Hmm.
That's not
Nice.
I think the thing that strikes me most about this system is that because turn order is completely unpredictable, it's not even, like, setting up stuff for later in the turn is just impossible.
Yep.
Yeah, I like turn-based things when they expose turn order and just nakedly tell you, here's what you will be dealing with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
you can't-
play, like, strategy.
Yeah, you can't set up cool combos that rely on one action leading into another, because you don't know what order they're really going to go off in.
Which that's something like it's been most stuck in this one, but I really enjoyed 1 and 2. I'm gonna probably play them. I would not play through this one myself. Because this feels like it kind of needs the ability to do a strategy sometimes, and otherwise I feel like I'd just be kind of slamming my hands against the gates.
I feel like if you're gonna play, if you want to play something like this one, go for 5 instead.
Yeah.
Five is a better game, yeah.
Reflect is helping.
Flex shows up.
It has limited use, but I will use it. Oh, you can use the Moonring Blade. Well, enjoy. No one here can use the Masamune, but whatever.
The game front-loaded you with so many swords named after legendary swords early on that I've had a solid, like, wait, didn't we already have this one? I thought we already picked this one up.
Ah, but this one's a katana.
Consecutive Excaliburs.
So yeah, there's at least 7. I think there's one limb hidden somewhere.
Alright, then they do in fact have the correct number of legs for a Sleipnir.
It's the ocean. Get him. Ocean defeated. We got him. The entire ocean.
I could have sworn we got Excalibur earlier too.
Ah. Excalibur defended by General.
Just, you
Can
know,
you defeat
a general.
Jeff?
Just one general, any of them, generically.
Generic general.
Could be any of them. They're interchangeable.
General from history.
the sword have a dongle? Because it's
I
being
think that's
held,
a-
but there's an additional dangly.
I think that's supposed to be a tassel.
Yeah, but it's like hanging from the guard instead of the.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what's up with that.
Some kind of accessory.
Demanding the general explain his fashion choices.
I'm
There's
gonna go
some
look
kind of
and
cohesive aesthetic here.
Well, there is a 3D high detail image on the Final Fantasy wiki. You can't see the thingy on the sword in it. In, let's see, in the Amano art, he's got an axe and not a sword. No dangly thing.
Are you
Oh,
sure
wait,
you've got the
no.
Right general?
No, I found him. He does have a sword in the art, he's just not holding it. And in the Amano art, it's just a tassel hanging off the handle.
Well, okay.
I like how aggressively vertical the shield is,
Yeah.
I
because
will
it's
put-
exactly on the edge of the sprite.
I will put a link in the Discord. There you go, the general.
Damn, his hat got nerfed. It was a lot stronger in the concept art.
So yeah, that's just a weird tassel, I guess. Also, I'm really happy with Amano's decision to be like, no, I'm just not drawing these feet.
Yeah. The implication of feet.
Yep.
I really love the spell effect for Chasm, it's good every time.
Apparently in the DS version, this guy could cast Bio, Drain, and Death.
Yeah, he did all of that here.
Yep.
That's his moveset.
But in the NES version, he could not do any of those three things.
Anyway, sword.
Just walk out dual-wielding legendary blade. I just noticed that Ocean has tiny little arms. Got tiny little T-Rex arms.
He's very eager.
Yep, so there's 2 objects. And here's where the shops are.
So just 2 more legendary weapons just left on the ground.
But first, healing.
And items.
So I guess you won't need to go back outside to restock?
Oh, well, no, I want additional. Unless the item shop in the back happens to also have the things I'm looking for. Nope, this is crystal gear. Yeah, extra crystal gear in case you want it. And the shuriken vendor. You can buy each of the summons if you didn't want to do their side quest.
That would have been nice to know.
And I guess those are the level 8 spells.
Yes. Oh, and you can have more copies of the otherwise unique summons. Is the use of that. And yeah, they just do have this full heal and revive spot at the very bottom of the dungeon. As a, hey, you did it, good job. Guardian.
Damn, the sword was right. I can't handle the power of this image.
He big.
So this dude is also a pro wrestler, I guess. The fact that the knight is attacking with one hand a sword and the other hurling a chakram is just kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Now we have the beams. Okay, I think Tornado is a kill spell in this one, rather than a source of damage.
It is not a kill spell, it's gravity. Drops the target's HP to single digits.
Ah, yes. Right, yeah, Whirlwind in later ones.
It also only has base 40% accuracy to begin with. Apparently it can target all enemies, though, so that's cool.
The Elder Staff.
Oh, hey, just gonna hide some jobs at the bottom
Also some
of the
jobs.
dungeon.
First you must defeat Scylla,
Okay.
the weirdest dog.
I suppose this is as good an interpretation of her as any.
Yeah, I'm into this one. I love this, like, red and blue halter dress thing going on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The staff I would not have done myself, but I like what they did with it.
It needs a tassel. It needs, like, a matching tassel to just bring the whole look together.
But this is a really interesting take on her, I think, because traditionally the dog heads are around her waist. Yeah, she is described by Hygienius as having 6 long snake-like necks, each with large heads and shark's teeth, a body of 12 tentacle legs and a cat's tail, and 6 dog heads around her waist.
So nearly bang on then.
Yeah, they did a really good job here.
Are the dog heads attached at the waist, or are they just like dead?
They are part of her body, yeah.
Alright, so they're all barking.
Obtain. Stick. Also the ultimate jobs that obsolete all the other jobs.
Yep. Do you want the best class? Here you go.
Is Ninja one of the ultimate jobs, or is Ninja just a bonus?
They're both. They're the ultimate physical and ultimate arcane jobs.
Okay.
No reason to not have
Ninja,
this
equip
class.
all weapons.
Oh, that part is kind of disappointing in comparison, though.
Her power is to have all powers. I should buy another set of crystal mail.
You have to take off the devout sprite, which sucks.
Yes. Devout has to go away to become Sage. Who can use books? And let's see, Elder
Sage at least
Staff.
still has a look. It's pretty good. It's pretty neat. It's not as potent, but it's workable.
But
That's
now,
what's
now
on it.
Particle Beam, Particle Beam, Particle Beam, and Particle Beam have achieved their final forms.
Yes.
Sage looks like Toad. Hate it.
It does.
I think it's supposed to look like the Pope.
Well, I guess the Pope looks like Toad.
Now we can look at Ninja, or Sage, or Sage, or Ninja, or Sage.
Sage's one is better, I think, because at least side on it looks like it's wearing a pirate hat.
Yar.
I think what I appreciate most is that the shopkeepers are sages, implying that they have taken this test as well.
Are ending at Bunny and I even worth it in the long run? Compared to these two?
I don't know. I've never tried the Onion Knight at full power to see what it's capable of. I think it kicks in at a level where you should have finished the game by now anyway. So it's one of those kinds of super bonuses. So I can also now sell off all of the equipment that I definitively know will never see use again. So... Gales, Cider, Arctic Wind, Heavenly Wrath, yeah, just all of these attack/defense items. Keep the turtle shell. Having a pocket protect to throw out might be necessary for particle beams.
Probably. And if they don't stack, you might as well,
Rain, tornado.
not use the spell slot.
Beep.
Don't need arrows anymore of any
Why
sort.
do you have a spare mini anyway?
Because they gave me another one. They want to be sure that you have Mini at the times when Mini is mandatory. Don't need these basic staves anymore. The Golem staves still have use for their status effects. Ice Rod and Fire Rod are obsoleted by Omni Rod.
The everything rod.
Claws are gone. Thorhammer. Blood Sword, Ancient Sword. Defenders can stay around as a spellcasting implement. As just another way to have people use Protect. Which, actually, the Defender's sitting around in inventory. I'll still use the Shell. Shell will have purpose. Tetsus, those don't do anything anymore. Ikus, don't need those. The Haken, plants. Don't need eggs. Crystal Shield is just better than both Aegis and Genji, so I can buy a second Crystal Shield in case I would ever pivot to using shields.
It might help survive the beans.
Maybe.
Probably not that much.
Robe. Oh, light armor. Garb. All these suits of Reflect Mail. Bard Vest. Gaia Vests. Dragon Mail. Viking Mail. Demon Mail.
A lot of armor that keeps you from being toted, huh?
Runic Bracers. Diamond Bracers. Power Bracers. Diamond Gloves. Glove. Lightning Rod. Fairy Claw. Hell Claw. Break Blade can stay, because again, if we decide we need Petrification, you bust those out. Feather Hat can leave, Chakra Band can leave. Black Belt Gi is out. I have another Protect Ring. Someone could be wearing that. Yeah, that's worth more than a couple of attack from the diamond mitts, well, crystal mitts. They'll actually sell that one crystal glove back. Shellbreaker. Yeah, I don't need Dispel as an item. Alright, so with that... Yeah!
Yeah, you want
Yeah!
All of them are for particle beam.
Turn all of my fortune into throwing knives.
The most expensive throwing knives in the world.
About like 3 of them thinking, these probably aren't that good, but Jesus.
They are appropriately powerful. They are an endgame tool. Am I allowed to teleport out of here? Wild. That's more permissive, I think, than it is in the NES release. So, okay,
Oh my
point.
god, you can teleport out?
You can just teleport out of Eureka.
Ugh.
Nice.
Now we traverse the Ancient Maze, because I do want to also hit up a regular item shop.
Can you teleport out of the ancient maze?
I think that would take me back inside.
Yeah, it would take you to the square you teleport to, just throw that. Wait, didn't you just spend all your money on shurikens?
I have the spare change from a shuriken, which is a lot of money.
How could they so expensive?
Again, traversing the labyrinth on the way back is nothing.
You might as well, because you need job points.
Yeah, it gives us a chance to rank these up for whatever the job ranks are going to do for us.
I have no idea what they do, but it's something. It has to be.
Each of you,
And you
should
say
be
that,
rolling a
but it's
golem
entirely
staff.
possible they don't do a damn thing.
Actually, both of you. Now we have 3 golem staves getting brandished around, while the ninjas have just regular murdering weapons. Works out nicely.
And you can just throw Bahamut at anyone whenever you feel like it.
Yes, I could swap out summons onto my spell lists. Like, let's see if I wanted to remove which of these am I not thinking of using. Probably not death.
Apparently,
Probably
job
not.
level actually does have a small but noticeable effect on quite a number of things. It increases number of hits on physical attacks, chance of crit, physical damage, black magic damage, white magic recovery, summon damage, barehanded attack for monks and black belts, and some jobs also get bonuses to their special ability from it.
Makes sense. A little bit of an extra oomph at the end of the calculation. Catastrophe.
Also, apparently, each job, if you max out the job level, there's an item you can get from it, but there's no real reason to do that.
Are they not unique items? Are they just things you get elsewhere?
Yeah, there we go. Summons are back.
I'm not entirely sure. The thing I found
Oh.
just said that there is an item.
Maybe fine if it just gives you a potion or something.
Yeah, it just gives you an elixir.
It's nice, but not worth it.
But one job mastery item per job.
You know, I'm equivalent of being gently pat on the head and told you did a good job.
Oh, there's an achievement for having someone with all of the summons on them. Alright, so I checked that off. Good to know.
Percent run going good.
If anything survives getting stabbed twice by ninjas,
Oh, level ninjas.
huh. Behemoth.
Hello, Your Majesty.
Oh, I'm not sure the job mastery items are actually in this version of the game. They apparently got added with the DS remake.
Yeah, if they're a
Yeah,
DS
fine,
thing,
that's
they
fine.
probably aren't in this.
But what they were special weapons for each class.
Ah,
Behemoth cannot be
special
cut.
weapons beyond the Crystal Tower weapon.
Yes, which you could only get by maxing out the job level of each class.
Now I have a particle beam.
Except for the classes that instead got equipment on armor, which was unique to them, which were Red Mage, Monk, White Mage, Black Belt, Bard, Evoker, Summoner, and Unwinged Knight.
I mean, the ocean is made out of particles, so I guess that's a particle beam, yeah.
Fuck, damn state of mind.
The state of mind induced when struck by particles.
Yep.
Debuff, thinking about the atom. Anxiety plus 50.
I did not buy that second crystal shield before walking out of Eureka. It's fine.
It'd be alright.
There might be more of them in the actual Crystal Tower and the
Here's the
Abyss.
Empire set crystal.
There's
gates.
2 more final dungeons. We've done the warm-up final dungeon.
There's been so many points in this game where it seemed like it was about to end, and then it just kept going.
Yep.
To be fair, we are at the point where it could end. We're just doing all of the other stuff first.
It's not really optional to go into Eureka. You need the numbers.
Yeah.
Especially in this version, you need the numbers. Like, your two realistic options are sit there and grind out, like, level 90 on your party as they are, or just go get the 2 jobs that are good. Well, go get the 1 job that's an incredible physical attacker, and the other one that's just nice utility.
Okay, we might be fine, resource-wise. Maybe. Feeling pretty sufficient right now.
Is this the game? The reason why, like, JRPGs just refuse to end at a reasonable pace? 1 and 2 do.
Who knows? Stepping away a moment, and then we go back in.
20 years later, there'll be a 13th one of these, and its last dungeon will be excruciating. Actually, if they made, like, pixel remakes of 7 through 13, that'd be pretty amazing. If it just kind of kept going. After 6.
That'd be neat.
You want to play 2D Final Fantasy VIII? Here you go. You still have to draw, bitch.
I think I would play 2D versions of a lot of the later games where, like, I have no idea if this will make sense to anyone else, but 3D games are such an investment of energy.
No, I don't get that, but I am a modeler, so...
Many more things to keep an eye on.
I mean, for me, the big thing is that 3D games tend to require more of my computer's resources, so I can't do that and watch a video at the same time.
See, whenever I'm playing a 2D game and a skeleton throws a bone at me, I just ask myself, why can't I just move to, like, to the left or the right? Just sidestep it. But yeah, there's way more, like, information to hold in a 3D game.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, is like demanding more of my brain juice to understand how I'm supposed to move through the space.
You consider isometric games 3D?
I'm gonna go with no.
Because I do.
I
The
think
perspective
I
is
do.
there.
Yes, but the third dimension does not actually get used in any way but visually.
Well,
That depends heavily on the game.
Okay, that's
yeah,
true.
because like Files does.
Yeah, Files depends on a lot. There's a lot of verticality in Files.
Let us
So I'm just
construct a
saying-
labyrinth to contain the cheese.
Cheese.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Isometric games are generally less of an energy investment for me unless they're doing like hidden pixel bullshit. If I have to actively look for things in the environment and anything is hidden behind a wall or something,
Ah, the Ultima problem.
just like, please, you're expecting more of my eyes than they can deliver. which is why I appreciated in a lot of old games like Neverwinter Nights and stuff when they had a button you could press to highlight things in the environment.
Yeah, having a button that makes all environmental objects have a bright outline is nice. How meaningful are front versus back row in this game?
Sometimes a lot, sometimes not much. It's weird. Damage numbers feel very weird in this at all times.
What was the name of the other wizard? Because there's only, and I've already forgotten the name
Doga.
of the other one.
Doga.
Doga. No Doga clones here.
Pretty sure there is a Doga clone. Maybe he's just only in the tower itself. We'll see. Also, yeah, so you can notice Sage has less raw MP than the two other advanced wizards. So there is a trade-off for it can equip all the spells versus sticking with the two specialists.
I assume it has bigger, like, numbers in terms of effects, though.
Maybe. And just the fact that you can now double up on the best of both spell lists.
Are you still limited
You could have
to
each of
only
these
3
set up to
spells
be
per-
white, black, and summoning at the same time.
Yeah. But are they stuck with 3 spells per level, or...?
Yes. That
Okay.
limit is still in play. Also, we're here in the end game where you have many elixir, so whatever. Mana's not real. You stay hydrated. So, keep in mind, everything past this point is in the original release meant to be doable in a single stretch, because this is the last save point.
Oh boy.
Where,
Just
okay,
keep
the
that in
one
mind.
the one adjustment you could put in there is if you loot the tower, come back down, save, and then proceed to boss fight. Which is a pretty normal workflow for the franchise at this point. Block!
I love them.
Who summons Kunkum.
I love them. I enjoy that this thing that has like an obvious shell or carapace is summoning wizards as meat shields.
Wave after wave of tiny magicians. Or rather, they have the proportions of a tiny mage, but they're large.
And they're named after the Arabic... I mean, as the only thing I can find for their name is that it's the Arabic word for a perfume bottle?
Wave after wave of pleasantly scented tiny large mage.
How large of a cure do I get off of the Elder Staff if I brandish it? Let's find out. Well,
Not much.
not much. Adventure awaits. There we go. There's Doka Clone.
Oh,
So looking at him again now, the only thing that comes to mind for what they might be trying to convey with the Doka Clone is like a warp spasm.
I'm gonna see if
He's
I
like
can
in the
find
process of
Amano.
doing a weird Hulk out
yeah.
where he gets all bendy and
Okay,
bulgy.
the Amano art for this guy is unhelpful because it's him in his pre-transformed state.
The giant eyes and one long noodly hand. Now that we know that Block is a worthy adversary, that must be cut down.
Okay, I found the Amano art for transformed Doga. I'm not sure how helpful it's going to be. I have linked it in the Discord, but he's just kind of a balloon of meat.
That confirms Loon's read, I think. Just actively in the process of turning into a different thing. It looks like it's in the process of trying to turn inside out.
Cast a spell of flesh to mistake.
I like that it's got Doga's staff in its weird tongue grip thing. Just hanging on to that thing.
It's a good stick. Anyway, there's Gomery,
Holy shit.
Return of Medusa.
Okay.
It's petrifiable, so out of the damn way.
Not Medusa, I guess.
It's not much of a
Okay,
Medusa.
apparently it is named after another goetic demon. Okay.
Yes. Solve this maze. And yes, they have ninjas.
Okay.
Platinum.
Okay, I guess Garland's here.
It's Goldor, but not. But petrified.
He's much more tolerable when he's not made out of gold.
Yeah, I'll be coming back down from the other stairs. No, there are secret passages. I can access all 3 of those stairways from here. Yeah. The autosave makes everything about this place far less strenuous than its original form.
No, I can
For the
imagine.
NES run, I did not put any save states down during any part of
I imagine the map also
the home
helps.
stretch. The map also is great.
Yeah, that's true for all of them because it just tells you what's fake.
That sounds like a miserable experience to do it that way.
And let's just look at the next floor to see that.
Doesn't look like there's any chests, so it's just another way.
There's
to
2
go
down
between them.
here.
Ah,
Yeah, so I can. Yeah, we do the loop to grab those 2 and come back, and then use the central stairs to move on. Also, that water might be real. It might just be decorative. It's probably decorative. It's guarded by ninjas.
ninjas who cannot be turned to stone.
Ordinary crystal water.
Drink it.
Dark General.
And now General's just a random encounter.
In a world where you did the Crystal Tower before doing Eureka, you would encounter Dark General first. There's just an Elder Staff here as well. Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Just have one in a box.
A present for you.
The other one was sealed away for committing crimes. This one was fine, though.
Either that or just like any place guarded by a ninja is gonna have the good shit, I guess.
They do appear to be the most dangerous enemy in this tower.
Really appreciating ninja with sunglasses right now, though.
It is a look. Well,
Yeah,
3
this seems like
ninjas.
It could be a problem.
Hmm.
By the way, escaping from fights is really bad in F3.
Yeah.
Take 2, crossing the room.
This is the one where they invented the back attack, and it is at its worst.
I guess this game really just is not kidding about ninjas being the most dangerous of classes.
Yeah, they committed to that. And here's Glazilebolus, who is not immune to Petrify, so...
Making him quantifiably easier to kill than a ninja. Wait, so you cast Catastro, and that becomes Zantetsuken?
Yeah, that summons Odin,
Okay.
which then picks one of Odin's moves to do.
Okay. And unfortunately picked the one that didn't do anything.
Yes, ninjas cannot be cut by swords. They cannot be cut to atoms. They're not made of iron. Just thinking about our character's attribute spreads here. Like... if I just for a moment flip you thus was... okay, yeah, there is a plus some amount of attribute that happens from the job switchery, or from the equipment and the job switchery together.
And this is from before they invented putting the item back in the box if you were full up.
When it means that you have 100 Phoenix Downs already, Skull.
Wow.
Skull. Extremely low-res Skull. Skull, original broadcast quality. Majestic.
Damn, I blinked and missed it.
I feel like you might need a second trip back out for high potions after this.
No, I'm gonna run out of high potions and then switch to using cure spells. And then elixirs are also refills on cure spells. The high potions are doing their job of not being mana.
I have now beheld the skull. That was very good.
Tangible. $16 out of 23 items so far.
None of them here, though. We just got the maze.
We're also, as far as our like dungeoneering economy, with how the spell system is, I can expend all of Particle Beam's mana on healing, then have Particle Beam trade spells with Particle Beam, and expend the rest of the mana. They can switch hats at any time. And then 2 elixirs resets both of them to full power. Hello, Yellow Dragon. Are you petrifiable?
Yellow Dragon also looks incorrect.
That head does not look attached to that neck.
It does not.
Does not turn to
Also,
stone.
yeah.
It's got a right-angled neck. Are you okay, Yellow Dragon? Like, it looks like it needs my bone services of just readjust.
Papercraft dragon.
Yeah.
Trap it.
No bones, only thunder.
Look, it's secretly a very cunningly made papercraft item, is what it is.
The longer I look at it, the less I like it, because now I notice it has a similar but distinct problem to Bahama of the wings are coming directly off the shoulder blade there. Nope.
This is a world where dragons have problems.
Hello, how are you all?
Hi.
Hello.
Particle Beam.
We're taking in Yellow Dragon.
That's a
Looks
big dragon.
Very sick.
What's wrong with its neck?
A lot of things.
It's
It
fine.
needs bone services. What's wrong with its jaw?
Got an overbite.
Underbite.
Underbite.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
more meant like the spine extruding out there off the side.
I think that's just a very poorly chosen beard.
Yeah, I think it's got whiskers.
That's
Spiky
just-
whiskers. Side
That's
teeth.
really unfortunate facial hair, is what that is.
is this a boss or just a random monster?
Just a monster.
Random monster.
just me.
Okay.
He's big.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Free elixir. Sure.
Yeah. Worth price of entry.
Oh, good. A green dragon.
Dragon, the next one.
I hope every floor has the same dragon, but in a different color.
Ooh.
Knocking off successive layers of paint. 35,000 health, no weaknesses.
This one has it a little bit worse because there's like a hint of blue used to do some shading at the apex of the head, which makes it look even more disconnected from the neck than in the yellow dragon.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, just because I'm curious. These things didn't have 35,000 health in the original, right?
Oh, they probably did.
Maybe.
Ugh.
Who can say for sure?
And I can check on the Final Fantasy wiki. Green Dragon, Final Fantasy 3.
Nope, they did not have 35,000. Just looked it up myself.
No, they had 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 3D, in the DS remake, they had almost 90,000. So,
Split the difference.
yeah. And apparently these things drop some of the Onion gear set, so...
Oh.
In theory, if you were to grind Onion Knight up to, like, level 80 and
If you
equip
felt-
those...
You felt like doing the end game, really the post game hell grind. These are what you're fighting.
Huh. The sages have a lot less higher tier magic slots than I was expecting for the super endgame class.
Yeah, the advantage of them is unifying your spell lists.
Yeah. Flexibility.
Hey Mors, you know how Bahamut had the problem of like the tail just got suddenly way too narrow?
Yeah?
I just noticed there in the last instance of Green Dragon's existence that it had the opposite problem.
Ah, the fat tail.
Yeah.
One thick tail.
Loon, that's just mean.
That's the mechanics.
Honestly, the petrification is part of what's making this dungeon at all doable.
Yes. Like, it's the way that your sages get to contribute to these fights without spending mana and without just being handed physical damage. You learn what things are vulnerable to them, and then you hit them with the sticks until they explode.
And the fights that they can't do that in are significantly harder.
Ah, Thors.
That's,
A squad of Thors.
Yeah, do you see? You see the resemblance, though, yes?
A standard Thor with their snake arm.
I was considering them earlier when they were still Haniel and with the weird worm that carries eye and mouth like baseball, and thought about that as just like those two playing catch. You throw the eyeball with your mouth hand, gets retrieved with your mouth.
Teeth.
Teeth. It is the definitive sign that everything is going just fine when Phoenix down, but you have too many.
Yeah, these children do not consider things like putting it back. They will just throw it away.
Throw it on the ground.
Four
There's the
children,
crystal
two of
shield.
them ninjas and two of them popes.
Tiny archbishops.
There's lots of potential interpretations for their capes, but I choose to believe they've got like an Elizabethan frill collar going on there.
I could see it.
Because that and a pirate hat is a hell of a look.
Yeah, I don't have a fourth protector ring yet. So for now, crystal gloves are what they are. Have I missed one box, or is it just waiting for me in the next room? We'll see. Well, alright, this room.
Ah, dragons.
I think this is the end of the tower? Have missed a box, maybe.
They might give you a box here in a second.
Could this be?
You looked in the mirror, dumbass. Haha.
Got him.
Death is a concept invented by the Jedi.
Hold tight, I'll be right back with some friends. You can move,
I
right?
gotta
Defend
find.
yourself?
Yeah, I gotta
I'll be
find
right.
5 hearts of light. You'll be fine until I get there.
Damn it, I was like holding my hands clasped that it was the 5 weird old men who thought they were the light warriors before.
That's right, it's a narrative game. Do you think all the random things you did over the course of the game we're not going to all come back here at the end?
A very contrived plot point. That could have easily been avoided by not looking at a mirror.
Wait.
Alright, Dash is dead.
Yeah.
Nope.
Dash knows what he's doing. Dash remembered how the reactor works. It's fine.
Of course I'm fine. Were you?
This is actually one of my favorite bits from Final Fantasy 3 of Dash must be dead, pops out. No, this is how I remembered how the reactor worked. This is how it works.
Dash has been working on maintaining this ancient machine. It's a lot.
It's
I've been
fine.
catching up on like a 1,000-year backlog of maintenance tasks.
Dash,
A lot
what
of
did
shit
you
was
eat in
broken.
there?
Lava.
He's an ancient. He doesn't need to eat.
Remember Alice?
No.
No.
Who?
This
The
guy.
prince.
I like that they just
Who's
threw
the last
Sid
one?
in front of a dragon.
Yep, Sid's just
Yeah.
there hanging out.
Yes!
The lead fellow.
The leader of the olds. Old boss.
He's the one who knew how to cast teleport.
Go get him.
Four of our most trusted compatriots and this dude.
Particle beam, particle beam, particle beam, particle beam.
They're gonna hold off the rims.
I-
That was an unfortunate typo.
Sid is going to do.
He's going to stare that dragon down. That's what he's gonna do.
Morgan, I want you to remember what you just said there. for when we get to the next game.
Okay.
We can't go back?
No.
That was the point of no
Yep, the
return.
mirror is the point of no return.
So I guess we missed a box.
I'm so glad that
The-
this one was there.
The post-game save point is definitely gonna put us outside.
Yeah.
Also, oh no, we missed the box. Now we've hit the point of no return. We have to make sure to not save after the point of no return. Got you covered, boss.
Remember,
Yeah, because you can cast teleport. No, you can't. God damn it. Oh, wait, it's fun time, isn't it?
hydrate.
Yep.
It's time for Zonde. With no script.
Oh, boy.
Who was this person again?
This is the big bad.
This is the evil wizard who wants to become immortal by destroying the world.
Behold the wizard.
This is Muscle Wizard.
I can't take exception to any of his fashion choices. This guy knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
It sucks, but he's living his best life.
This
The
is
hammer pants are great. I
This is-
appreciate his hammer pants.
this is the villain that who, when he shows up as a boss in FF14, one of his most threatening moves is actually just punching the ground around him.
Ah, throwing with the cannon.
No, he just punches the ground and everything explodes around him because he's a muscle wizard.
Beef.
Yeah,
Amano draws a
in
lot of muscle
14,
wizards.
he is the space king, and he does what he wants.
He's kind of a prototype for how Exdeath looks under his armor.
Yep.
And also Golbez.
And Golbez. Yeah, Amano draws a lot of muscle wizards.
Amano had a style and it was very good.
Golbez doesn't wear shoes.
You know what? You're right.
Golbez doesn't need shoes. Golbez doesn't touch the ground.
Fair. There it is.
He can still wear shit.
Yep.
He called
How much damage can this do?
Who the fuck
Some-
is Golbez?
4.
FF4 Batman.
Ah.
He's a floating space wizard.
No, Golbez is Darth Vader. He's Armor Man.
Yeah. Armor man, but he floats. It's very important.
But he is also a muscle wizard in heavy armor.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. He very much is.
He does
Yep,
what he
in,
do.
in the sequel, he takes his armor off, and he's just fucking huge.
So
Because
what-
he's been
what-
walking
what
around in
I'm hearing
full
is
plate.
that if you are evil, that also means you are a wizard. Is it being a wizard that does it?
No,
The-
he's just a wizard because he's from space.
Well, hold on. So is the boss, and she's not a wizard.
No, she came back from space.
Also, the
Okay,
boss
so he
is
was born in
extremely a
space.
wizard. Did you see that thing she did with the snake on her chest?
You know, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, that did happen.
So fucking lost. but
Don't
that's
worry,
fine.
it's Metal Gear shit.
Ah, okay, I don't need to pay attention to that then.
So anyway, Zonde is in fact a powerful wizard. He will not let you forget this, that he has Meteor.
Meteor.
And in his
Meteor,
in his Final
Meteor.
Fantasy XIV incarnation, that's the other thing he does. He calls down a rock from space to kill everyone.
Mind you, he does this and just goes, alright, that spell's gonna go up at some point, and teleports away to sit on his throne and watch you all die. So yes, as I said, this is Zonde with the scripting broken. In original FF3, that's his opener. He starts with Meteor. There is a, you need to be this tall to fight Zonde.
That's kind of great.
Yeah, in this version, he just kind of does whatever he wants on any given turn.
Does things arbitrarily.
I have a question for the people who play the DS version. How does that go?
I'm sure.
Let's see what
Never played that game.
let's see what Final Fantasy Wiki has to say about that.
Mostly like NES, but if he could take an extra turn and
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah, he attacks twice per turn. And he has twice as much HP.
Of course he does.
So as I do enjoy during these runs to make references to Thing in 14, as we saw
and-
there. Go ahead.
He will cast Haste and Protect on himself in the DS version.
That makes sense. Thing we saw there of he does Quake, and Quake is also very strong. That's the other thing that can just destroy the entire party in 14 is he casts Ancient Quake-Ga, and specifically the float points show up across the map, and you need to be on the float points or else you fucking die.
Space King does not fuck around.
I think the float points don't even fully resist the damage. I think they just reduce it drastically. Anyway.
That sounds right, because they want to give the healers something to do.
Anyway, we finished blasting.
That Holy did so little damage, but still killed him.
Anyway, good work, Particle Beam, Particle
You
Beam,
did it.
Particle Beam, and Particle Beam. The cloud of darkness is gathered, though.
I'm not owned.
And this is
yeah.
the cloud of darkness. She's here now.
The thing about the Cloud of Darkness is she always talks in the second person.
Is it the second person or the royal we?
The royal we. If it were second person, she'd be saying,
It'd be you, right?
yeah.
So anyway, here
Here's
she
the
is.
Cloud of Darkness.
Anyway, this is what all of the chaos in the world gathered into one point looks like.
Cool thing.
Yes. I'm very much a fan of the Clouds theme. Anyway.
I don't really have anything to say about her sprite. It's just kind of there.
Anyway, this is what she does.
Particle beam, I see.
The evil beam.
I take
Guess
it
what?
with
That's the final
taste of
boss.
Irish.
Yes, particle beam.
Yeah, that did happen. A 4-session build up to this.
Yes.
Incredible. Just superb.
But yeah, apparently Sid did in fact beat that dragon. Every single one of these characters soloed a dragon for you.
They're 10. Doing this. Why are 10-year-olds doing this?
Crystals.
They fell in a cave with some skulls and touched a crystal.
Idling a
Seems
fucker.
wildly out of scope for any sort of preteen.
That's like the only plot event I can hold firm in my memory.
Anyway,
It's
now
just-
we have to go to the world of darkness.
Aren't we already in the world of darkness?
No, this is
No.
the Crystal
Oh.
Tower.
So there's gonna be a Catboy in there, right?
Yes.
This is implying there's like a whole nother section of the game.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
the,
now
the
we're in the
final
world of
dungeon.
darkness.
Welcome to the world.
Okay, I can
They do
deal
give you
with
a
it
full
if it's
heal after
really
getting
good
particle
thing.
beamed in the cutscene fight.
Nice of them. Decent of them, I guess.
I do like how I'm going to guess there was a stretch of time where Particle Beam was the only Particle Beam alive, so Particle Beam is now a level bigger than everyone else.
Yeah, particle beam soloed 2 fights as our devout, so particle beam is slightly ahead of the curve. Anyway, so the way of this final dungeon is if I just go up that set of stairs, I can go fight Cloud of Darkness, but she will be as powerful as she was in the cutscene, and you will fucking die. So there are these other 4 paths. Let's go.
This is
Hey,
really cool.
this part of Final Fantasy 3.
Yes.
and we still can't leave because
We
it's
still
still the
can't
point of no
leave.
return.
Oh,
What do you
good.
mean all darkness?
This dungeon sucks and is bad and was.
Casey Nifka.
Anyway, here's Scylla again.
Scylla again, but with a worse dress.
I love Syll's sprite so much.
It is
Yeah,
mythically
good.
accurate. We checked.
Well, anyway.
Petrifiable Scylla.
This is a part of the game, though 3 does not have a ton of lore, of 3's lore that I actually super enjoy.
Here's
Anyway,
more
here's
Xande. Xande 2.
No.
Try it again. There's more health now. Asshole. Oh, you want to play Final Fantasy 3? Fuck you.
The impression I am getting
He
of
is
this
not
game is
petrifiable.
that it's very important that it happened. Just
Yes,
kinda
and no one
end sentence
enjoys-
there.
Yeah, no one enjoys playing it now.
The impression I'm getting is stop remaking this game. Every time you do it, it gets worse.
no. Okay, let's
When you
take a
remake
step
it-
back. Let's take a step back there for a second. This version is not worse than the DS one.
Yeah,
It
the
is not
enemies
worse than the
don't
DS
have
version.
the enemies have less HP than in the DS version and don't go twice.
Summoning sickness doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
This guy can't cast Protect and Haste on himself.
It also doesn't look like garbage. Low polygon garbage.
I really like this floor. It's gorgeous. I can see where a lot of really important ideas got put into
Well,
play.
oh my god.
Called meteors.
It's
No,
cool
we're
too.
fine.
That your batteries always basically survive, so your tank's just dying or like wasting your time or resources, and that's basically it.
You don't really have tanks.
I'm using tanks to shorthand for who did in front of me.
Who needs tanks? Healers, DPS, that's the party. We adjust.
I really appreciate that every round except the previous round, Xande went last, but in the previous round he went right before your healer, so he killed 2 of your people.
Yes.
Yeah, that's because turn order is completely random.
Turn what are problems.
Nothing me.
Oh, cool.
Like, that, I think that kind of sums it up. This game has felt like it's been something that has been happening to you as you play it, rather than something you are actively playing.
Whatever, we'll take it.
For a ribbon, you take it.
Final Fantasy 3. It's a game that happens.
After this point, my party experience levels started getting wildly different because there was a different fun combination who was on the fucking floor at death every time the boss was over. Per boss.
We call that
emergent
gameplay.
One person was 55, one person was still 48. Pretty cool.
Your party will be different every time.
It's Radiant.
Radiant AI.
Sends you to one of 4 parts of the Crystal Tower to go do the game. Different every time.
I no longer like this floor.
Unfortunately, we're going to be seeing a lot of, and of course, there's ninjas.
Here's Void Ninjas of the Void.
I can respect the Void Ninjas.
I can't.
Wait, so the front and back line retreat differently? Or...
The animation plays for the fact that everyone is trying to run. Anyone is trying to run,
Okay.
so the animation is playing.
Summon Bird.
Bird up.
The worst spell in Final Fantasy.
I'm gonna change this, but my cat goes
No,
to
it
the front
isn't.
door when she wants to go outside.
Anyway,
She should be going to the patio.
let's go confront each of the Dark Crystals.
Here's
Here's
Armand.
Armand.
Oh, it's you!
I'm gonna time how long this fight takes, actually. For someone who knows what they're doing.
So he's going to turn 1, stone somebody, but if you use Dragoon, you can jump out of the way.
I have a stopwatch going.
That was a record keeper joke for anybody in the audience that got it.
What was that
Something we
damage?
don't know for ourselves.
Just meteor things.
Why does it have what?
Why does it have meteor?
Everything has
Oh!
meteor.
Particle
Yeah,
beam.
because the gimmick of this boss is that he has an order in which he casts spells.
Except he doesn't, because scripting isn't real anymore.
Correct.
Why did they do that? It seems to have just made things worse.
Correct.
Solved it was to cast Kiraja on every turn to the entire party.
But
Someone was the battery, and someone was the battery's battery.
the original gimmick of this boss was he would cast Meteor, then Flare, then Quake, then Blizzard, then Meteor, then Thunder, then Cure 2, and then he would loot.
Almost like you could plan around it and
Correct.
think about what's happening rather than just.
Remember the joke that I made at the start of this? In Record Keeper, the first thing that this boss does, turn 1, is petrifies slot 2 in your party. Except the FF3 realm is a realm that gets a character that's a Dragoon that also gets start the fight with haste and instant cast for a turn. So you can literally jump over the stone.
Shuriken are appropriately powerful for how much they cost.
And apparently the reason for that is twofold. First, in the 3D remake, the Ahriman's physical attacks caused Petrify. And second, the standard strategy for this boss in the original was to have a Dragoon continuously jumping. And because that would allow them to bypass all of the all-party spells.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, endless dodging. Seems smart.
Wow, they really hate Particle Beam.
Who wouldn't?
I really hate
Buddy, I hate Particle Beam.
I'm certainly excited for, scripted fights to come back once we hit 4.
Yeah, they're not going to
Nope.
be able to do that one without scripting.
Don't worry, they fuck it up in a different way in 4.
Yup.
I mean,
As someone who played through the whole thing, yup.
Okay, so for what it's worth, they fuck it up in a way that doesn't make it harder. It just removes all the teeth.
Yes. Except for the very last tooth.
So, 1.
Yeah.
so you're saying it's just like Final Fantasy 1, where, you run through the game and then just get your teeth kicked in by chaos?
Yes.
Chaos.
So,
Killer chaos.
We're still here.
so good.
How many elixirs do you have?
A
Several.
lot.
A lot.
Okay, just checking. Because
Yeah,
I feel like you're gonna need
Yeah.
A lot.
2 after each fight.
Loon loaded up on high
We have a
potions
budget for these
the
things.
run up the tower so that none of the other resources would be used in the tower.
That's it.
That's still the Chrono Trigger life spell. I know it's Life 2 from FF6 as well, but you can't fool me.
Yeah, Ahriman is wearing a crown.
You're at
Or
4
a circlet in
minutes.
this.
4 minutes of fighting
Well, he
Ahriman.
is the king of evil, so
I've been actively paying attention every stream. I've been focused really hard. I've been trying to follow the cause and effect, and this is like the point where it has totally broken down.
Mm-hmm.
none of the bosses in this area have been foreshadowed. They're just here.
This is
They
fine.
are.
Too
So
Have 4 fiends.
after we get through this fight, I will explain the lore of the land. Because
I think
we will
the
see
lore of
the
the land kind of explains itself once we're done with this fight.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
no, I'm speaking largely mechanically on this. Like, I follow what you're supposed to do because things just happen.
You throw numbers at each other. That's
Correct.
it. There's no strategy here.
Yep. This is just throwing numbers at each other.
In the NES release, you could at least stack the defense buffs and get the damage mitigated down to a reasonable level. Here, he big. That's it.
He's big, and that's a problem. Go get him.
He's large and he's pointing.
I
Yeah,
have
we
exactly
don't
one
like a-
comparison point where, like, thing feels the same to me to observe, and this fight feels like when I tried out Raid Shadow Legends.
Just like an endless slog of mechanics.
Yeah,
They just trade numbers.
just trade numbers.
Show each other your favorite numbers, and whoever gets to 0 first loses.
Nothing means anything.
We're at 6 minutes.
And we're running out of offensive magic is what we're doing.
I have
Oh, it's
24
fine.
more elixirs. I am not out of magic.
Yeah.
This fight will be won. It's just going to eat our time. Of which I am keeping memorial now.
That could be a work zone.
This fight has cost 2 shurikens and 1 elixir so far.
I'm just sitting here like, I don't know, I fought a dragon for a half hour once.
Why?
Because it ambushed me.
What fucking game?
4 DS.
Did you enjoy doing that?
For the first 15 minutes. And then it was like, how do you still have HP? Why are you so big?
I enjoyed it.
Why are you so big?
Like, none of the other, like, optional moon bosses took as long as that one red dragon.
Why did Protect wear off of these two?
Don't worry about it.
Why does Protect have a duration?
I didn't even realize Protect has a duration. Well, yeah,
You don't get to stack it, also it wears off.
So spend a spell slot for a couple of turns, huh? Oof.
You see, Protect was too good before.
Why?
We noticed that problems have solutions, so we fixed that.
I miss the sea lion. Life was better when the sea lion was here. Numbers couldn't hurt me. Needle Monkey, also a good and stalwart friend. And
If
there's
only
this
s-
asshole.
If only Sage was here, we can know how
Give
much
it up
HP
for
this
the
guy
8-minute
had.
mark of Ahriman!
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hooting and hollering about the Libra.
Let's get
In the
some
NES
combat
version,
data.
in the NES version, this guy had 35
Wanna cast Libra?
HP. In the
No,
the
fuck you,
DS
doesn't
No
version,
weakness, immune to scan.
Doesn't tell you
Fuck
the HP
you.
count, which by the way is 99,000.
Why?
in the DS version, it was 100,000. In the NES, it was 30,000. So
It's 99,000 in this. All that are 99,000.
Why did they take the numbers from the 3DS version?
Not
Because
the
the-
NES game that they're recreating.
Because the first 3 games are a weird amalgamation of the two.
I mean, except
What-
for
no, no,
except
so,
for
like-
Chaos, one was pretty close to the PS1 version.
So, well, that's the point. It's close, and actually, what it was close to was the GBA version. It had the GBA version's leveling curve, but it had the
Which was
NES.
also the PS1 leveling curve.
Yeah, but it had the NES's spell slot system, so it created this weirdness of when you got your slots and everything. Like-
I thought it would take less than 9 minutes.
Oh, thank God.
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
I think you could have given this thing 50,000 instead, because obviously the reason that they adjusted it is because the numbers are a bit bigger. And
yeah,
I think
they
at
not
50,
need 90.
no, absolutely not. Anyway, here's the Dark Crystal.
There's the Dark Crystal. There's one Dark Crystal. Here's Dark Earth Crystal.
Do that 3 more times.
Are the numbers bigger? Kind of.
No, not really, no. They aren't.
In some ways, they're a lot lower because the HP you're getting per level is less. High?
Here's one of the actual Dark Warriors.
I'm here to tell you about the plot. If you played Final Fantasy XIV, you probably recognize this.
Yeah, anyway, this guy is from the world of darkness, and he's happy with how this is going.
Yes, we heard legend of once upon a time the lamp crisis occurred and the Dark Warriors prevented it from destroying the cosmos.
Like, neither of us are happy here.
So the Flood of Darkness wants to go from the World of Darkness into the other world. Cool.
Isn't there just a secret that you can just go straight to the left through, or is that...
Somewhere around here, yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
So yes, you are fighting the Fiends of Darkness, guarding the Crystals of Darkness,
Here's Gorm.
holding the Dark Warriors at bay.
And the Dark Warriors
And
will
that is why we do
weaken-
this. The Dark Warriors will help us in the fight.
Yeah, they will make Cloud of Darkness able to be beaten.
There is no difference between light and dark, you idiot.
But the idea for this dungeon is cool because it gets expanded out to, like, for a single dungeon, it doesn't make much sense. But basically, the entire game, this idea.
There's Jormungand.
Tiny T-Rexer!
Like a weird.
Jormungand is also petrifiable. Get out of here.
Noodle.
That was quick. Damn.
Bellbreaker?
If it weren't for the fact that the scripts were gone, I would work on making an NES balance patch for this one, but I just don't have the energy to do that.
Restore
One-
the scripts.
Yeah.
Throw wide the gates.
Oh. Are those... Was that like, you could walk through the wall there?
But there is
Yes.
an item.
There are
A
shortcuts to and
treasure.
from the stairs. I do want that box, though.
Ah.
What's in the box?
Wide the gates.
Should be another ribbon.
And another Zand clone, I believe.
And another Zand guarding around
Well,
the
obviously,
ribbon.
yeah. It's Zand all the way down.
I mean, if you were the Emperor, wouldn't you want to have a whole bunch of clones?
Was he an emperor? I don't remember.
Not in this game.
Not in this. In FF14, he was a monarch.
Yeah, in FF14, he's the Space King. In this game, he's just an evil wizard.
I think Flare was doing more single target damage than Meteor was. Oh
Putting that
boy.
back in to test something.
What if we just cast Death?
Yelling at the game. It's like, no, I told you to make them meteor.
Ugh. Damn it. Shocking no one. Zand's here.
Still establish the barriers, just in case, but hey, his end. I'm remembering Zand clones had some glaring weakness that mitigates them. Just need to determine what it was. Because that's inconclusive. He could have magic evade, but still be vulnerable to dying.
What if you had Quake, but more?
According to the wiki, in the NES version, he is vulnerable to instant death. And you can cast Mini on him and it may work.
Tiny Zand. Oh, that's meteor numbers. They just kind of happen. They plow through everyone and everything.
Cloudy with a chance of meteor.
So I think if you shrunk this guy down, he'd just end up looking like a Funko Pop.
It's weird.
Am I wrong?
No.
But yeah,
It's one of these
according to the
things we
wiki,
don't point
he
out.
should be vulnerable to Warp, Mini, and Shade.
So I guess we should roast him on Twitter.
vulnerable nominally to all of the other spells that I de-equipped on the way to bring in the summons. You hate to see it. Yeah, it's fine though. Yeah, next ribbon. Maybe having ribbons will do anything to the survivability of our ninjas.
No.
That wasn't as big of a boost as that. Do they also give status ailment resistances and
Yes.
such? Okay.
Don't lie to yourself, Loon.
I
Maybe.
don't think particle beam versus particle beam will be protected by a ribbon in between the two particle beams.
It's got to be one hell of a ribbon.
But when you add particle beam to the mix,
Say all beams are created equal.
spells doom for Sunday at the Christmas hour.
Fucking space ninjas. Ninjas cannot be turned to stone by any means.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
What if I carve a ninja of stone?
well then it wouldn't be turned to stone. It would be stone to begin with.
I could lie to like a king though and say that, check it out, a rare ninja. Petrified in the middle of combat.
Well, yes, but lying doesn't make it true, it just means you lied.
Got level 6 and level 4.
I got paid, so who cares?
I could drop Odin. And...
I don't think you need break with the
Blizzaga.
staffs you've
Or,
got.
yeah, basic break when I have so many other ways to petrify.
Backstraw's a good name.
They abbreviated the names of the summons?
Sort of?
I have no
They're
idea
just
what the
different.
means.
Like, Bahamut, the summon for Bahamut takes up the exact same space as calling it Bahamut, but it's not called Bahamut.
Bahamur is what I saw.
Bahamut.
Yes.
Strange.
Here's two
Good.
dragons. It's 2 dragons.
2 of them.
2 of
Yes,
them.
again, another weird dragon ring situation.
Hey Morgan, what do you think this dragon fucking does?
The wings wouldn't
Guess
be
the
so
mechanics of
bad
two
if
dragons.
it didn't have, like, the problem with the
Okay,
wings
okay.
here
Wait,
is
hold on,
that-
hold on. What
I
is 2?
anticipate that one head casts Toad and the other casts Mini, and that's what I want to be what happens.
Only
Alright.
we lived in your world.
Okay,
Anyway,
But the wings here wouldn't be so bad if, like, one of them was in front of...
No.
I missed that! I was watching and I still missed it. What?
just a
Not
just a
time.
physical attack. 9-hit physical attack.
Okay.
The wings are entirely vestigial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that-
3 and dragons, it's just, they don't mix. They are not two great tastes that taste great together.
It's a priest?
There was that one pink dragon that just had 2 back legs and wings, and that one was fine.
So yeah,
This might be the situation that I will tag in the shields for.
people familiar with 14, the bosses in here, the same as the World of Darkness bosses. Except in 14, they decided that 2 heads was too boring, so they made it a 5-headed dragon.
That's a Hydra.
But the gimmick for Two-Headed Dragon is that he punches you and he can cause silence when he punches you.
He punches really, really hard. He just bites you with teeth.
Oh, I figure everyone in here would be interested. Apparently, Square is releasing a CD album of just remixes of Battle on the Big Bridge.
Correct.
Okay, good.
That
That's
works.
funny. It's actually legitimately pretty funny.
Yeah. I'll probably
I don't
put
even
that
care
on
that they're
the-
releasing an album of one song. It's really funny.
It's the right song to release an album of. Also
Yeah,
on display
I-
here why I
Okay.
have been having my fighters dual wield at all times instead of sword and boarding.
What do
Because
they call it?
you lose
Yeah.
so much damage by not just dual wielding all the time,
The,
actually.
the English title is Battle at the Big Bridge Bombastic Bonanza.
Good.
Yes,
Hooray.
good.
Now the real question is Battle of the Big Band on there?
Let's see, track list. We got Battle at the Big Bridge, Battle at the Big Bridge Zodiac Age, Battle at the Big Bridge Oriental Mix, Yusanon version, Battle on the Big Bridge, Battle at the Big Bridge Arrange from Final Fantasy V, Raffalo Battle, Battle at the Big Bridge from Final Fantasy V. Then there's The Witch, the Girl, and the Five Heroes version. 4 different record keeper arrangements.
Correct.
Then a 5th record keeper arrangement version from the Final Fantasy 30th Anniversary Medley.
Mm-hmm.
And Piss Melody Clash on the Big Bridge F, C, and E.
Did you say Piss Melody?
I was about to ask that.
Praise Melody, I can't read.
Okay.
Okay. I'm glad we both had that moment to be like,
Yeah, that was.
I was thinking it was something like Pisco Demon or something like that. But no, Praise Melody makes more sense.
Yes. Discord name changed to Piss Melody.
My two-headed dragon cast Toad and Minnie, and that was Piss Melody instead.
But the version I am referencing, I fondly refer to as Battle of the Big Band because I don't think it has an official name. There is a one-man band NPC that you can walk
and
past
13 too.
in 13th rate, who was
wow,
playing
okay.
like this really fucked up, goofy version of Battle of the
Yeah,
Big
it's
Bridge.
like kazoo and shit.
I just got like KO'd by that exchange of words. Both of, I remembered Battle of the Big Bat. There was a 13-3.
Yes.
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 It was
It's
not
the
good.
best one. No, it's better than the last.
No, it's actually the best one.
Okay, but that's not the same thing as saying it was good.
I liked it.
Wasn't it
When
like
I say
Majora's
when I say that the way that we had to suffer through 13 and 13-2 to get it was worth it, no. Is it a good game? Yeah, it's all right.
So 13-3 is Lightning's Return, right?
Yeah,
Or is okay.
it's Valkyrie profile basically.
Yeah, I just can't keep track of the titles.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have 13.3 in the title.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, its name is Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns, I
It
believe.
is the third Final Fantasy 13 though.
God, video games, why do you keep doing this to me?
Bird wrath,
What?
cast flare.
What?
That is the anger of birds. Some birds spit fire.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, the ninjas, because they can use all weapons. They can brandish the rune staff.
Oh, that would be fun in a game in which turn order and stuff meant anything.
Yes. That would be fun in a game governed by numbers that increase.
I appreciate the first time you used Chocolo's Wrath, it did like 700 something damage, and the next time it did twice that.
The Chocobo needed time to get angrier.
Yeah, I guess.
Is it time for Moss?
It's time for
So-
Musk.
I will point out that one thing to note. Though it takes way more effort, for various reasons. This remake did make it so a lot of other classes are in-game viable to an extent. Scholar, with the way that it can cast items souped up, that's why you're getting so many use items in the end game. I saw a team of scholars soloing Cloud of Darkness because the Vampire Drain move is actually that powerful.
So you don't get Blood Sword, but you just have a blood attack.
Yes.
That's fair.
Apparently in the NES version, the strategy that worked best on this guy was one party member as a Viking with dual shields.
Boy, that seems like it would be fun.
Well, the thing is, the way it worked was Viking has innate provoke, so all the enemies want to attack the Viking.
Yep, checks out.
So-
That makes sense.
He
The
would have
dual
a
shields,
tactic.
the dual shields make the Viking very dodgy, and the Viking also has high innate physical defense. So they would absorb all the attacks from Two-Headed Dragon without much difficulty, allowing the other three characters to do actual damage.
And if Two-Headed Dragon actually hit, it wouldn't matter if it was silenced because it's a Viking.
Of course, in that version of the game, Two-Headed Dragon had about a third of the HP this one does.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be too down on it just because I can't follow what's happening. The tile sets are still really pretty.
Well, all that's happening is this is 100,000 health that we need to bludgeon through, and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
It does
It's
the
just-
same thing every round. It just bites.
it's boring as fuck.
You know, I had assumed there was more to it that I just wasn't picking up on.
Nope,
Oh,
nope, this
Oh
is
wait,
just...
this is the boss? Oh fuck, I
Yeah.
forgot this is one of the four.
Yeah, this is the boss!
If the mana limits were not so low, I could kind of sit on just auto battle for quite a while.
Two-Headed
Yeah,
Dragon does the least out of any of the four bosses.
I've now stared at it for enough time to realise that it also has the same problem as Long Bahama, of it neck too long for a goddamn body, except twice as bad now because there's two of them.
Creature composed entirely of neck.
All neck.
I just like that the wings are tucked between the two necks in the worst possible spot for wings.
So much. It's so much.
That part is completely accurate to the Amano drawing, though. Like I'm gonna show you the Amano drawing. There you go. There it is in the Discord.
It still looks really silly there too.
Yep, it does. The sprite is completely accurate to the drawing.
It almost looks like it's
Not
furry.
completely. It has a blue manicure in the sprite.
Mostly accurate to the drawing, then.
100,000 health. Alright, so what happens if I have you invoke Rune Staff? Will that be usable? Well, we may never know.
We need to be halfway done with these bosses.
We may never know.
Walked away. Is he dead finally?
Yes, just
Ah.
now. You
So
got
there's
back
no more
just in
stores,
time.
right?
Oh my god.
Nope.
Oh.
At least you get a full heal after doing it.
Right,
That's
that is
nice.
a thing. So that's nice.
Yeah.
But these only cost the elixirs you spend during the fight.
Right, so that's the right half taken care of.
Oh, I've been stepped away. I see we finally won.
Yeah, about a minute ago at the most.
I guess that could be considered victory.
The end approaches, so sure. Oh, good.
Why is Luke? Just the same
For fun.
Because,
For
you
a
know,
trick. For a ruse.
How many golem stats do you have? Enough.
Enough.
God. I guess grinding is easy.
Except for all of the random encounters that are immune to it, yeah.
Well, that's what you have the ninjas for.
There are 4 treasures in the world of darkness.
Man, I wonder where they are.
I wonder what they are.
Oh,
Yeah, by the way, we're doing this thing
Numbers
again.
and- Oh boy.
So I
This
decided,
time we are prepared. We have his instant death weaknesses ready.
His alleged instant death weaknesses.
They may be gone in this version, yes.
Gone or rendered uselessly inaccurate. Let's see.
I decided to take a look and see what types of balance mods people have done to Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster so far. So there's an unlock all jobs at the Wind Crystal mod, which, I mean, that throws balance completely out the window, but... And the only other one is one that gives all enemies 10 times experience, but also increases all bosses to have 10 times the amount of HP.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I don't
Weirdos
know.
who want the biggest number. Who want the same experience, but the number is bigger and it took longer to do.
Okay, but imagine two-headed dragon with 100,000 HP.
Isn't that what it was?
That's what he already is.
Yeah,
Imagine
a
1
million HP.
A million HP. Okay, yeah.
Obviously,
1
I'm
million
not
headed
doing
dragon.
it myself. I can only just take what I'm looking at, but it feels like the battle system at this point is mainly just time. Is just wasting time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Shade also failed.
Well,
It's like that boss fight, but we made him vulnerable to some additional things to streamline it on the repeat. Except then we took that away, because fuck you.
Oh.
It's okay. A mediocre void had to exist for the void in Final Fantasy V to be so cool.
A mediocre void had to exist for my anxiety of, is Final Fantasy V Repixel going to be good?
I mean, it's not gonna delete the SNES version. If it isn't, it's still gonna be there.
And the Game Boy Advance versions will still be there too.
No, that's good. That's already gone. I regret to inform you.
Can I silence you, Zand? The answer will be no, because assholes were put in charge of this.
The thing is, I also have a lot more incentive to want to mod 5 than I do for 3. Like, there are people who are working to make UI color change mods just because they can't stand having it all be blue for Final Fantasy V once 5 comes out.
Now everyone has ribbon.
I'm kind of
Yes, there's
surprised that there isn't a mod to just replace all the HP values with the NES values, but
I mean, I've been lazy, and I was the one who did that for the NES version.
alright.
I've been busy and tired. And also my modding tools stopped working for like 2 weeks, and I got frustrated and stopped trying to figure out why it wasn't working.
Fair enough.
Someone will figure it out. I'm sure there's a bunch of weird, disparate Discord servers all trying to crack it open at the same time, so...
Would the number being lower make this a better game?
It would make the fights
For the crystal
faster.
bosses, yes. Each of them would be about the quarter of the duration that you have seen. So
That
some sort of
would-
sensible boss
Yeah.
duration instead of...
Instead of 9 minutes
Forever.
and 30 seconds, you could have 4 minutes. For a boss.
And like, the fights being longer doesn't change anything, it just means you're doing the same thing more.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured that there's already just a bunch of,
These
There's a
fights
bunch of
become
rebalance patches.
difficult to follow because nothing is happening. Nothing is
It's mind-numbing.
changing. There's no
And-
decisions being made. Anyway, here's
This is
Cerberus.
Yeah. In
It's a
Final
dog.
Fantasy XIV, he gets to eat a third of the party.
He can eat as many people as decide to get into his stomach. It may not be a good idea for everyone to be eaten, but he can.
Okay, this time does one of the heads cast a different spell.
In the DS version, he gets to do 3 things a turn because he has 3 heads.
I hate
In the original version, he doesn't do that. In the original, he mostly just casts Thunder a lot.
Yeah, Cerberus is Garuda again.
Oh,
Same as the Dark Knight
That
stuff.
did no damage.
Garuda again when you are proportionately tough enough to just fight Garuda face to face with your knives.
that's a better experience at least.
Except that he has 100,000 HP.
Yeah, except now this is bad version.
A very durable puppy.
Very tangible bug.
Dog actively in the closet has been running too fast on the hardwood floor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what that does is.
Hey, also, I looked too closely at Cerberus, and now I've passed that both of the other heads are coming out of just one side.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's the foreground head is the center line, and then the other two are on the
No,
left.
I think the foreground head is the one that's supposed to be on the right. It's leaning over and into the center portion.
But the spine,
No,
you can
there's
see
a
it run
continuous
directly
line all
along.
the time.
I thought that's just all its mains, and it's just a really bad way of drawing it.
Maybe the spine splits it like a Y, or like a
W.
bird. Yeah.
The most
thinking,
important thing
a
about
bird
this
cloud.
sprite is that only one of the heads is mad at you and the other two are distracted.
I am
my
looking
God.
at the Amano art, and that is in fact intentional.
Is done.
Cool.
Here is the Amano art in the Discord, and as you will see, the rightmost head is the rightmost head is the center line. The other two heads are on the left.
I'm gonna put that in the chat just so that people have easy access to it.
Yep.
Fucking FF3, where like skeletons are a suggestion.
So, is this fight just supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, after the other two, I don't know.
Actually dangerous.
Also, I did notice that your flare spells were only doing like 1,800 to 2,000 damage against Cerberus, where the other
Yes.
two is doing twice that. Is Cerberus just sky-high magic defense or something?
Probably.
Great.
Numbers aren't real. This is well established at this point. There's no such thing as numbers here.
Cerberus in the NES version is level 85, which probably factors into that.
I mean, levels are just numbers, right?
Yeah.
They don't necessarily associate or have any correlation with defenses.
No, but I can't. As far as I can tell, looking at the wiki, there are no other monster statistics besides elemental resistance.
The wiki is not a good source of information.
Yeah,
That's probably true.
is this a fandom wiki?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Probably better to go back to some game FAQ guide.
Almost certainly. But this is where I find the Amano art, so.
Could you scan the dog?
Do you think the dog is scannable?
No, it's not. It's gonna save you a turn. Does nothing.
You tried this on your own?
Yes.
Past turn, but more so. There.
That was the fastest of these yet.
Cerberus is the least dangerous of them, so I could just devote more time to auto-attacking mindlessly into the dog.
But yeah, part of the reason why I haven't been super interested in trying to create a balance patch for 2 or 3 is because, one, it's very easy to just put numbers back to what they were, and the game pretty much fixes itself. 2 and 3 are not so simple. Like, losing the scripts for 1 sucks, but is still relatively painless.
How did they manage to break the scripting anyway?
They just don't have it. It just doesn't exist.
I wonder why they decided to go with that.
Quicker death cycle. in that you bug fix and bug test less shit.
Yeah.
Because the bosses just do whatever. So you make the numbers, just overcome them no matter what
But
they
to
do.
hear that said about something that was already a kludge to make things easier to implement in the year 1986, or at whatever point in time that F1 was in development. Like, the scripting for FF1 creatures in general were, alright, I will draw a random number to decide if I'm going to throw a punch or cast a spell. If I'm going to cast a spell, I will cast the first spell on my list of spells, and then increment the list of spells. And that's it. That's just what every creature does every turn.
Instead, now it's
AI behaviors come from adjusting those numbers.
random from a pool of both attacks and magic, and it's just one pull, I guess? Or it's two pulls, and then they pick random from the magic list, which is just like, why?
And there are even some monsters that have a magic list and an ability list, so it gets even more random.
Yeah, some have a move list that is separate from their spell list for just a
Yup.
third track, but
Very few monsters have both a spell and a move list, though. Usually it's one or the other, unless you're Chaos.
solve my maze.
God damn. Well,
Wanna
yeah.
play Pachinko?
I picked the middle one. I don't know.
Is this still included in the chunk you said to bear in mind that you were supposed to do it in one hole?
Yes.
Yes.
This is all something you're supposed to do in one run.
I liked Final Fantasy.
You even
too,
care about the
though.
chests? You
Yes.
can do this? What the fuck? You can pass through. That's
Those are hidden passage tiles, and there's no walls surrounding
that's how they're
them.
programmed.
You can just walk out.
That's how the rules work. You can't just walk out.
Walls aren't real.
Fucking garbage game for idiots.
It almost fits. It almost fits the movie.
I want you to know that I'm setting up a team in a gacha game for a fight,
Yeah.
and I was searching for some sort of damage buff for a type of unit that uses a katana, and was attempting many different searches until I remembered that this game fucking calls katanas blades.
Mm-hmm.
It was just
Oh!
like,
Oh,
right.
you're playing Grand Blue. Okay.
no, I'm playing
No.
Dragalia.
Ah,
Grand Blue 2.
Got any good pulls so far, Newbie?
Not really. But such is the life of gacha.
Yeah. I got, what's her face? Gala Prince's sister. Not the new one, but the old one, the aristocratic haughty one. Haughty?
Chell?
Yeah, Chell, that one.
I hear she's weird in that, like, you don't want to use her abilities if you want to maximize damage or some shit. I don't know. I enter the Dragalia Lost Discord server once in a blue moon and just pick up stuff from.
I tried that game a few years back, but didn't really get into it because it's too active for me.
That's fair. Like 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I am very lazy and just press the optimize button and slowly wait for my numbers to get strong enough to beat the things that would prevent me from just auto battling.
Meanwhile, I look up strategies for how to auto battle stuff and then auto battle. I've only recently started getting to content where I had to pay attention again.
And yeah, important point of comparison people should remember. 1 and 2 both have lengthy final stretches, they both let you escape from their final dungeons.
I remember that.
You have an escape chute for Temple of Fiends in the past and for Pandemonium. You're not locked into either of them.
Whereas we've been stuck here since before the fake final boss.
No escape.
We will never escape that. He's just always here.
Well, this is his last hurrah.
Is it? Or will there be more?
No, this is the last one.
Or is it?
Yeah, who cares? Just kill him.
What about Clone of Zant?
What about Cloner Zant?
He hangs out with stoners and
Sorry, wasn't fast enough on the mute button to catch the motorcycle.
Whatever.
Bonus ribbon.
Right, that was just in front of a box. That wasn't even in front of the last crystal.
oh yeah, no, there's a different boss for the last crystal. Zand clones are just here for the ribbons.
Ambushed by ninjas. Who, as just illustrated, their damage range is from yes to all. Numbers aren't real.
I do sort of wish that the dark versions of the crystals had some alternative element that was like an actual dark version of it, like the dark water crystal was the ice crystal or something.
The fungal crystal.
The wood crystal. Anyway, here's a kid.
Anyway, this is Echidna.
Not a kid.
And I will not be linking her mono art because it is not safe for work.
Extremely not.
What titties that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
The mother of all monsters.
hangs out on the ceiling.
Yes.
In FF14, this this boss also shows up, and as with this art, Extremely has her ass completely out. To which, when she first showed up in FF14, a lot of my friends were like, "Okay, but why is her whole ass out?" And then I had to be like, "Have you seen her FF3 art?"
Yeah, that's just what she's like. Yeah.
That's just correct. It's on brand.
Though she doesn't show up in the Crystal Tower.
No, because the dungeons are set up to have 3 bosses.
I like
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
I like the one snake that's up there.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't even see that.
she's got cool nails.
And in the original NES version, Echidna had a gimmick much like Ahriman of having a cycle of spells she would cast.
Ah,
Which would actually give you break turns because because she would use stuff like Break 2 and Death. which you could
which
just
by now
be
you are
immune
immune to.
Yeah.
Like
Like
so.
so, yeah.
Skull. I could also be reflecting these spells.
Nah, Reflect will wear off after 2 turns.
Reflect will
Reflects
wear off
wears
after
off
one
after one
reflect.
bounce, is what we have observed.
That's depressing.
It means you get one bounce.
I thought this was gonna be a short stream. God damn, Final Fantasy 3.
Oh, Final Fantasy 3 being a short stream.
And after this, we have the Cloud of Darkness herself.
We have
So, how's
only
your foot?
begun to beam.
Didn't you set a fire or something?
In a video game.
Oh,
yeah.
that was in a game.
Oh, I thought that was actual real life. Okay.
Why does everyone mistake what happens to me in Microsoft? What is like actually? I don't break into people's houses and fucking steal their guns.
Yes, I understand all that part, but the first thing I saw of that was I burned my foot with the first fire I've ever created in my life. And I'm like, okay, camping
I've set
etiquette,
plenty
but
of fires before. Please.
People want the rest of it. I think you burned yourself on the first fire, wasn't it?
I don't understand how it happened either, because the boots were fine. The foot wasn't.
Heat passing through the surface. Hurt,
They were
like,
military fucking boots.
Maybe they were steel caps. Maybe that's why it hurts so much.
Yeah, maybe.
Still incredibly charmed that you just do like a little crouch wiggle to imitate drop, drop, and roll though. That's incredible. The longer I look at Echidna's neck, the more problems I have with it.
How many vertebrae do you think are in there?
All of them.
Like at least 60.
16 bone system. Advanced.
Hold on, did I already? Yes, I already threw my my shuriken budget for this fight.
is she considered to be a flying type opponent? Why is the particle beam with a ranged weapon doing so much more damage than the other particle beam?
These are the mysteries.
Yeah, I know I'm asking these questions and I shouldn't be doing that, but
So
Numbers aren't real.
let's do something for fun while we're waiting.
Okay.
Okay, how about like if we screenwrite a Black Mirror episode where what detective does an autopsy on a corpse and there's a copy of Final Fantasy 3 for the Nintendo Entertainment System in her lungs or something?
You said fun, and then you said Black Mirror episode.
No, the screenplay I could be writing would be fun. Not watching it would be fun.
Oh, okay.
Or
So
like-
the person will collaborate on creative.
Or like, what if you found a stick of RAM installed in someone's ribs? Oh, it's done. I wonder what faster than the
Whatever
actual-
order you do these in, the last one will go easier for you since you've been accumulating numbers the whole go around.
Yeah, you have like 3 levels. Was this the last one?
Yes.
This is the last one.
Now we just have to go fight the Cloud of Darkness.
So I'd say probably take Kerberos on first, most of the time.
Yeah, probably top left and then circle around counterclockwise would be least painful order,
And
probably.
imagine you're playing this for the first time, and you have no idea just have no idea.
I
Yeah.
think I did top, bottom right, top right, then bottom left, top left. So not as bad as it could have been. Those are good sticks.
It took since Two-Headed Dragon, but the party that I was setting up is finally done.
Nice.
I know, it's a Kage match.
Thank you, Akage.
The Hell Cage.
Akage, I need your blood.
Give me that Akage soup.
Right, that reminds me. So when you want to watch that, just like let me know because otherwise I'll forget.
I will try to remember, or else I will forget as well.
You're
Hey.
playing watch Naruto.
No, Akage.
Yes, Naruto.
Ah,
Naruto, the genius who descended into darkness. One person is on the verge of a level. I'm gonna get particle beams in number.
Morgan, Sono, when you watch that, if it is not 5 a.m. in the morning, let me know. I can watch Akage again.
Yeah,
I can watch Akage for the looks at watch fourth time.
it'd be my second time, but it's still real good.
I can't get myself to watch any more Kaiji because certain parts of it are just squicking me out. But
Yeah,
Kaiji's
correct.
understandable.
Kaiji. It
but
As it
Akage,
goes in on
upsetting.
what it does.
Yeah, its subject matter is raw. Hey, so we're gonna make we're gonna do some debt symbolism. So put this thing on your ear, and it's gonna drill to your eardrum.
Yeah, Kaiji goes in with equal intensity, whether it is talking about being thrown into debt prison or watching a pachinko ball just travel in a circle for a bit.
That sounds
The
incredible.
bog.
Kaiji approaches all events with the exact same gravitas and intensity.
deadly.
By the way,
That's all
Morgan,
this maze.
Yes.
in case you were wondering, with the old man and obsidian bit of the mahjong gambling increasing stack of money, you could win it. And we started calling it the swamp, and that is from Kaiji.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the extra context. Still don't get why this is for. Is it because
The fun fact about this room, the random encounters in this room, most of them are recolors of the bosses we've just been fighting.
Did one of those? Did the lower one just have its bottom 2/3 turn gray?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
gradual
Low
petrify.
petrification.
Ah.
Hell yes, finally, some
So?
decent fucking void.
Here we are, in the
Some
void.
decent music.
Reminder that during the NES playthrough, I did not place any save states. So we got to this room, and then I took a moment to just walk away.
Understandably.
It's just like, if we lose here, I have to do that entire thing again. Really?
Consider that in this room, you are now standing in front of the end of...
You're
All
very
You must do
Things.
all of this in one go. You will succeed, or you will fall. Anyway,
No
step
way,
away
that
a
random
moment.
chance. could
Stepping away for a
possibly
moment.
Hold my
Uh,
fortune.
One, and I'll actually link it in chat, so hold up, FF14. Valid. Whoa, when did my caps lock get put on?
Like, if nothing else, this is pretty.
So, again, I really enjoy music touches, like more than anything else. On top of that, a boss theme with a good intro is king in my book. So here's the Cloud of Darkness's theme from 14, in which it starts with the music that plays in this room.
Neat.
And then transitions into the Cloud of Darkness's boss theme.
Man,
Man.
imagine the life of being a truck cat.
Oh man, yeah, Truck Cat is really good.
Like a
Is this
trucker
just,
cat.
like- Yeah, that's what I was hoping, was a cat that just accompanies.
You know
the
how
truck.
like sea ships have sea cats? Truckers should have
Yeah.
truck cats.
What,
All of
what,
them.
Morgan, are you not aware of Truck Cat?
No?
Oh,
Please, if you want to tell me about Truck Cat, I'm all ears.
There appears to be a series of TikToks of a very polite old man who just keeps a kitten in his glove compartment while he's trucking, long haul trucking.
I'm trying to find. I'm going to the various cat animal.
Yeah, I've spent like the last 9 months near entirely offline, except for Discord as a mandated health break.
Correct. Nope, not that one. That's that good account that's been redrawing cats. Did I just see this on Twitter and nobody else linked it anywhere?
Everyone just in agreement silently that this
I-
was the way to the whole Truck Cat.
Think I retweeted it. It's gotta be in there.
Okay.
Anyway.
But
Found it.
Anyway, the clown.
Time to see if this is the one fight for which the scripting is completely intact.
I'm not gonna spoil it for you,
oh dear.
but I think you know the answer in your heart.
I mean, depending on how they implemented her, it might not matter that the scripting was broken.
The
The music is hitting in Accelerando. This is nice.
Yes, those 4 guys are fucking dead.
Yes, they died to render Cloud of Darkness,
Personality.
or distinguishing features, yeah.
Are they also children?
But now we get to beat Cloud of Darkness, hopefully.
Maybe there were four old men.
It's impossible to say because they wore totally concealing full armor.
But they're dead now. It doesn't really matter.
I just realized that Tornado is supposed to be Arrow 4. I was like, why is Tornado a rank 8 spell? Because
What
it's
is the
big.
Cloud of Darkness, anyways?
A lady?
It's the Cloud of Darkness.
Okay, so just some cosmic threat or something.
It's a-
It is,
She is
a manifestation of darkness.
Yeah, she is the manifested form
She's
of
beams.
all
Yes.
chaos.
Yeah, she is the incarnation of chaos, and she's non-binary. No, she's a she.
It just like
She's polybinary.
She's
a bit
beams.
non-binary and
She's beams. Her gender is
Cloud of
beams.
Darkness.
Yeah, but yeah, she has the one move.
Yeah, it
She
looks kind of
fires-
just like a kid that came down from the roof.
Yeah, she fires particle beams. That's what she
It
does.
looks like a kid and his older sibling.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what this was called in the NES.
Flare wave.
Particle
Flare wave,
Flare
right.
wave.
Oh, I'm
Particle
sorry.
beam.
She went faster this time, so you lose a character.
Yes.
Particle beam.
Where, hey,
It
as I
was,
mentioned much earlier in the session, boss fights are now all have 2 white mages or fuck off. Pay a class tax in our job system. Because, alright, my choices are, well, I throw the full party Kiraja, and then Particle Beam will just toss a Phoenix down at the corpse, and we'll see if it gets a chance to breathe.
Weird how your strategy and my strategy ended up being exactly the same.
That is the
I
great
just
sin of 3, and...
This is
Oh,
the
she
one.
has a physical attack, that's weird.
That's not right.
That's
sometimes
wrong.
he does that and you don't get particle blaze. That's not supposed to happen. I figure that's like a reprieve of
But
That's
particle
not
blaze.
supposed to happen.
That's not supposed to happen.
She's supposed to only fire beam. How did they fuck up the beams?
She's not supposed to do anything but fire beam.
Okay, because like I remember exactly one thing about this character, and it was the joke of why would you not just use your strongest spell? Just use your strongest
I
spell.
think
every
you should
time.
open with your strongest attack, followed by your strongest attack, followed by your strongest attack. Why would you give less than 110%?
This is something that has never changed in any instance of this game. In any instance of Cloud of Darkness, every iteration of Cloud of Darkness in any other piece of Final Fantasy media is, I cast a beam. That's my move.
Except for the 3D remake, which gave her additional moves.
Are they also beams?
No!
Did
What
the
the
3D
fuck?
remake have her physically attack?
No. She got to act twice per round. She had Particle Beam, Bad Breath, Lightning, Protect, and Haste. And also her little tentacles were independent actors that got their own moves.
Fuck the 3D remake. It's
yeah,
fake. It's not real.
that seems bad. But
Yeah.
still, no physical attacks. They let Cloud of Darkness have physical attacks.
Yeah,
What?
that's not supposed to happen.
But in going on, in Dissidia, she is, all of her attacks, except for one, which is actually attacking with the tentacles, are various types of beams. In Record Keeper, anything that is an offensive move is something modifier word particle beam.
And in Opera Omnia, all of her moves are modifier word particle beam.
That's what she do.
Yeah, giving you a chance of a reprieve by doing a single target attack is... Huh?
So anyway, this is the problem that exists in 3. This is, I think, like the bullet point on the end of 3 of 3 doesn't give you choice.
No, all roads converge on the one correct party that can do this fight, and you have no other options, actually. The job system is fake.
Once again, every iteration of the Onion Knight, the air quotes main character of 3 as he appears in other media, is also an exclamation of this joke here of the Onion Knight will always be a combination of the ninja and sage class. In Record Keeper, he is an Omnicaster that can use ninja moves. In Dissidia, he can use spells and does very fast attacks, and when he goes super mode, he is the dual jobs.
I'm at least getting away with only having one person casting Kiraja.
What I'm getting at here is 3 for the most part is a good game, but it fails so horribly in the end game that every other piece of media about 3 references how badly 3 fucks up the end game.
I mean, they got a second chance at 3. It's called Final Fantasy V, and it's really good.
Yeah, you look at Cloud of Darkness, then you look at Neo X-Death, and you see how much was improved about creating a final boss that is alarming and powerful, but still has mechanics. Things happen. There are rules. There are moving parts.
You look at the beam, you look at the Majesty, and you know.
They're not even gonna try.
Also,
Okay, so one thing I will say about this remake and Particle Beam is they do sell how good the attack is in
It's a
multiple
really good
ways.
animation.
It's a good animation. The way the sprite warps when the beam goes off is really good.
it does feel like the best thing she can pull out, and she's doing it every time, except when she hit you that one turn for reasons.
Fine.
It's fine.
Particle Beam has exactly enough health.
Particle beam does exactly enough health.
This was an excellent situation for
Ooh,
Rise.
well, that was unfortunate.
That's
This
okay.
is
We
the-
have a lot of Phoenix Downs.
Well, if the dice decide to deal another turn where the heal goes off, where the beam goes off before the heal, or the heal goes off before the beam, or the beam before the beam. If beam into beam into beam, and then beam into beam into beam.
Well,
That's
That's
the
the
cause
one
problem.
thing that
Particle
we
beam,
didn't
yeah,
want to
particle beam,
beam.
For particle beam, yeah.
You need an elixir on particle beam.
It's time for elixir. I'm looking for 17 more of these. There is an arrangement of beams which lets the ninjas resume attacking.
Well, here comes the beam.
Here comes the beam.
I think you can pull yourself out of a spiral.
Well,
You say that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
80 more Phoenix down.
Wow.
What if you put an elixir
All right, hold on a sec.
Oh, is this over?
Oh, okay.
It's never over.
Yeah, this is just this fight. This is how it happened. Oh boy.
It's weird. This is the best fight. Well, the one where I've been having the most time. Maybe because she only has one move.
Man, can you go back to punching someone, please? We
Yeah.
really appreciated that punch turn.
Yeah, what was the likelihood of punch? Because, I mean, as much as you're not supposed to be punching,
She has,
it's really
she has decided to win the fight.
Probably a bug. Wow.
She has
okay.
decided to win the fight.
Her attacking is probably a legitimate bug.
She has decided to win the fight. There is now no combination of events that allows Particle Beam to be standing and healed. She has
The
decided to win the fight.
the situation was made worse by the addition of more
Okay.
beams.
If she fires the beam and Particle Beam survives and then the Phoenix Down goes off, and then next turn the heal
Nope, too bad.
goes off before the beam.
Here comes physical attack.
Nope.
Damn.
Nope. Right.
All right, the
Okay.
beam is still
Oh
alive.
my
so if I
gosh.
just drink another
Physical.
elixir.
What the fuck is happening? How are you still alive, particle beam?
Numbers are fake and nothing means anything.
Do you just have the ninjas being
Damn it,
back
game.
row, throwing knives?
You take my 2/3 chance, Particle Beam, and that is 50.
And you know!
You had Zed into the mix, and he knows. Can't beat me. He won't even try.
Now, particle beam is an ability, so it doesn't cost mana, right?
Wait.
Why would your strongest move cost mana?
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Okay, I actually have a suspicion about why they attacked that one time. I think that they just fill Cloud of Darkness with particle beams. Like every ability slot, all of them have particle beams. So mathematically, she will just use that more instead of trying to bop you.
So I wonder how many abilities there are totally maximally, which means that attacking is like a really low % chance.
She might have 99 particle beams.
1%. That's still too much.
Yeah. I mean, if I were doing it, I would just make her physical attack also particle beam.
Well, I mean, the physical attack just might be hard-coded as this happened. Everyone has this, just because you're dealing with 3 games across, the
That's
spectrum.
possible.
It's almost definitely a bug in the fact that this is secretly 2 other games.
Secretly 5 other games. As they have all the, like, immunities and abilities and stuff for 4, 5, and 6 encoded in monsters for this as well.
6 other games, yeah, then. Or, no, wait.
5.
5, yes. I'm good at math.
Or again, part of what makes this acceptable in the NES release is you can stack the Protect and eventually mitigate the beam enough that you're allowed to do the fight. Or you could just get hit with even more beams.
In this
He's
case,
barely surviving at all times.
you A, can't stack protect, and B, protect wears off. It's like,
Where's Rob?
Yeah, I don't know how many turns it takes, but it's definitely risky.
I've been thinking about other sprites that would look more fitting, and Doga's clone comes to mind. That'd be cool as a manifestation of the void. Weird flesh orb.
Here's Wispy Titty Cloud.
Yeah, here she is.
Roll the bones.
See, I don't hate Cloud Darkness design at all.
I don't hate her, but it's really soon after the last green naked woman for there to be another green naked woman with snake tentacles.
Now,
That's fair.
interestingly, the intent was not for her to be green originally in the original Amano art.
Well, she's green now.
Yeah, she is. In Dissidia, they go to what Amano kind of apparently intended, which is her coloring is normal person wearing weird outfit.
With the Amano art.
What, Flesh Tone?
Yeah, she is flesh tone and wearing a weird black outfit thing that it's like a cape with a halter top involved.
I think this is better.
But I will link. That's what she looks like in like Dissidia and Dissidia related games in the Discord.
Wow,
And this is
somehow that's more trash.
and this is what Amano drew.
There's the punch.
That's just some chick.
Yeah. And the green got decided when she got turned into a sprite.
I like the loose sketch better.
Did she just punch again?
She seems to have just punched again.
What is going on?
Cloud of Darkness has taken pity on you again.
If she decides to throw the fight,
Oh, I
that's
should.
her prerogative.
I had forgotten that I could have been linking these the whole time, and it is a fun topic to talk about at this point. As I open up the Puzzle and Dragons entry on the Final Fantasy wiki. So here's Chaos for Puzzles and Dragons. I really like this Chaos art.
That's some good chaos right there.
Yeah.
He's having a good time. His knees are also having a good time. His loincloth is also having a good time.
We're now at the point in the fight where both ninjas are dead.
Look at this drawing.
Here is Emperor.
Yeah, that's the Emperor.
Yep. But notably, I again really like this this Cloud of Darkness that they did for Pad.
That's much better. That's just so much better.
And let's see if we can find a good picture of the 14 Cloud of Darkness, who resembles that quite a bit.
I saw her in the beginning of the day.
There's 214
Okay.
designs for Cloud of Darkness.
Yeah, they
The one for the
utilized.
raid is a take on this, and then the one for the other raid is more like her later.
Or Dissidia one. Also, from the card game, this is a very good sketch of Cloud.
Yeah, because I'm local on this, I actively loathe the Dissidia art that was shared.
Yes, it's not great. I've never been a fan of the Dissidia design.
That one's a new card.
So what level would you have to get to have like 3,000 HP to survive 2 particle beams?
Who knows?
Who cares?
I believe Loon's gaining about 100 HP a level, so 55. That's rough math.
Oh, hey, both ninjas are alive. That's new.
Oh, don't say words we can't
For
keep.
now.
Not for long, yeah.
Particle beam? Oh.
Particle beam. Particle beam.
Huh, look at that, you're all alive. Craziest shit I've ever heard.
And how much health does this version ever have?
Probably more than 100,000.
Okay, but Morgan, I will ask. How do you feel about the Puff of Darkness?
This is the minion you get for beating her in 14 and rolling really lucky on the drop table.
Ah,
I
that's what that
honestly
joke is. I
Still
get it.
fucking hate it.
She can perch on your
I'm
shoulder,
sorry if anyone likes this, I hate it.
but it
That's
perches
fair.
on your shoulder and hangs out. That's all it does.
You
So
get a
hey,
squirrel that does that and it's better.
you just get a dragon that does that in Heaven's Ward. That's the one.
Yep. There are many things that do that.
I equipped it for the duration of my run through the main plot of Shadowbringers. Who could the Warrior of Darkness be?
Maybe anyway.
That feels like the correct use of
I wonder.
There is my tiny dragon friends I possess as I progress through Heaven's Wood. Ask no questions.
You can have a Gale Cat on your shoulder, yes, but I don't remember where you get the Gale Cat from. I know it's like a drop from something, so you have to get lucky. I mean, I could just look this up. Yeah, it's a dungeon drop, which,
I don't think coloring the minion to be green would resolve my underlying problems with the minion.
Well, I'm tapped for anything to talk about.
Particle beam. The
I
fight
was
is
reading
bad.
about why the atom is called the atom the other day. And then learned that there could exist a timeline in which we call atoms nubbins instead. And that's been living in my head.
Would Atomos then be called Nubbins or something?
Maybe.
Nobinos.
Nobinos.
Ma'am, would you kindly fall off your horse?
Nubbinos is gonna eat you. Oh, no.
Nope, let's spin the wheel.
Okay, but with this arrangement of the team, where I have one person who either stabs or throws the elixir, and one person who doesn't exist because their action is taken up by the disease that is dedicated healer as a concept.
The thing I'm worried about is the top particle beam takes more damage from particle beam than the lower particle beam, so they're more likely to be hit by a double tap and die.
And now I must be doing better than I thought, because I understood all of that.
I love this conversation.
Aside from the words particle beam, that was complete nonsense.
Wait, really?
They
No.
finally jazzed it up.
So
No,
can,
it's it. Don't worry.
can Particle Beam take a turn off from attacking to try and throw a Phoenix down?
No, to
I
throw
think that would
elixirs. Elixir is
result
the
in-
only acceptable,
We can't keep doing this.
deviation.
Too grateful for this bullshit. It's incredible and I love it.
I'm pretty sure that throwing Phoenix down would be a net loss of
Yes.
actual things happening.
This
Right,
is the only
because-
configuration where we both have recovery and do damage.
My son is also called Particle Beam.
We are out
So-
of particle beam license plates.
So if a third run happens, do you just have both healers run Kuraja each turn?
What other healer?
Oh, the other six. No, if a third run happens. Or do you
What-
only have
what
Kuraja?
You only have
What other
one
healer?
Kuraja.
I
Yeah,
have
what
healing
other
sage
Kuraja?
and damage
That's awful.
sage.
The only thing I would suggest, if there was a third run, is to give the other particle beam a rise. So instead of them throwing out Phoenix Downs, they can
Yeah,
just
that's how I
full
made
raid
it more
somebody.
reliable. Is just having full heals. Because you have enough elixirs to just give.
Yeah, separating a rise from Kuraja.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that seems
It's
like
fine.
a strategy.
We have an arise right now. This is not the worst.
What is this
Arise.
Arise, particle beam!
Oh boy.
My
There we
God.
My god.
Nice.
Please get experience from this. Please get experience from this. Damn it.
Particle Beam, who saw the end of every fight in the game.
Oh hey, a text crawl.
Yes.
I don't feel
Other ways that 3 is a prototype for 5. Hey, it's it's the ending. The real particle beam is in your heart.
So did the particle beams ever make it back home? We don't know. We will never know.
Frankly, we don't care.
They shot off into the night.
Thousands of beams ago.
Beam. Yes, actually.
And then they leave.
Now you can go back to being children.
I can go find that box. Come on.
Oh hey,
Have to push
weird wizard
buttons.
beard Sid is here.
Is it autopiloting?
Flying through the canyon.
Yes, we are now in cutscene.
We have to return everybody
Bring
home.
everyone home. They need a ride back from the Hell Maze.
Why are you coming one at a time?
Fellas! Referring to all the fellows as fellas is my favorite joke.
Dropping off
Just
Alice
4
next,
children
right?
who own a car, also the most powerful warship in the world. They live in their car.
It has very nice beds.
And vending.
Their
machines.
car that has a
Oh.
vending machine full of katanas.
If only. I
I
mean,
like
that
that
is,
it implies that you stop and look back over your shoulder wistfully at them, as though you had any emotional attachment to these characters.
I have
is-
an emotional attachment to Dash.
that is the next level of technique, though, beyond thinking of, alright, a vending machine for swords. No, a van that travels from neighborhood to neighborhood with a vending machine for swords mounted on it. This is not enough of a business for one fixed location of a sword vending machine. But if you have a circuit,
Also, Morgan, are you going to tell me that you have no emotional connection to the fellas?
I mean, I do, but it would have been okay, the fellas I had some attachment to. I really wanted them to just be the only ones who showed up to fight the dragon. Sid, I mainly have emotional attachment to because it exposed me to Lali No, which was the one
Fair,
piece of
fair.
dialogue.
why
I
did
will
we shift
retain
down
from
to the
this
smaller
game.
airship?
I don't
So-
know.
So that we could go up here to the
The
flying
big one can
comet.
go up here.
Huh.
Desh I like because the reveal that he was down there doing maintenance the whole time is great. And also I can't stop passing his sprite outfit as just like a Pete the Cat zip goes
Wait,
all the way
Dash.
around jumpsuit.
Dash, you have a job. You can't stay here forever.
He can't
Sure
stay
he
here
can.
forever, but he can still visit and continue the relationship he started while he was an amnesiac.
Yeah, Dash has earned that.
Dude was just in a microwave radiation tunnel for like the entire game.
He can commute. We're just across the bay from the tower. He can commute. He can live in the village. And then go to the reactor.
You could have Sid build him an airship. Sid's really good at that.
You could like
Sometimes.
train an assistant.
Maybe we could give him the tiny airship. We
Sid's
don't
also
need it.
really good at crashing airships.
And now we're taking her back. I don't even remember who she is.
That's the princess.
Princess we fought the genie with
Oh, right, her.
way back at the start.
Right, yes, she happened. And I guess they're trying to imply something there, but
They built that up a lot more in the DS version.
Presumably because the characters had names and were not just particle beam.
You could totally name them all Particle Beam.
Well, yes, but I mean they had
They're clearly
official
named.
names.
Was it Angus?
Luna?
Ingus, Ark, Lunith, and Raphia.
I was like dead sure that you were just gonna be like Mingus, Bingus.
Tangus.
No.
Carts, darts.
Welcome to my fucking hellhole that is Final Fantasy 3 has a character named Ingus, and Final Fantasy 15 has a character named Ignis.
I'm so sorry.
And I play a mobile game with both of them in it.
I'm so
Ah,
sorry.
good. Now everything is back to normal. The constant blinding light of the crystal.
There is no more darkness here, ever.
It was weird living in this town without our second permanent ground level sun.
Ah,
I mean, it's the same thing in Dragon Quest One. Is the ball of light? It's missing, so now it's perpetual
This is why
darkness.
you
Do you not
don't
have a day-night
send
cycle? No.
children to fucking fix the darkness problem
All right,
because
to the
they're children.
fans. They're thanking the fans. You're welcome.
And credits roll.
Oh,
Yeah, this one suffered.
yeah.
Maybe they'll continue to fix it. This session has gone for more than 4 hours, and the front didn't start falling off, so whatever changes they made for stability seem to be working.
Particle beam.
Particle beam.
So far,
beam.
the majority of the
beam.
stuff that's changed is they removed the outlines from characters so that it was slightly easier to read.
Cool.
Particle beam.
Particle beam.
They
Particle
didn't change the
Particle beam.
typeface or give you an option for that, but they removed the outlines.
This game is so fucking worse than the NES version.
I don't know what ticks me off most about it. I think the biggest thing is the status effects, like safe, not working the way it used to. And that it wears off.
The statuses and buffs and debuffs being useful in the NES trilogy are the core things you can point to as like, no, these games are good.
Yeah.
Just know what the tools are and employ them.
Use
and
your
then
buttons.
you get the engine going and the antics follow. And having them cut the legs out from under that for reasons unknown, reasons speculated of because the genre got worse and so they're turning back around and forcing these to be worse to conform with the expectations set by later particle beam.
But I don't even think of 4 through 6. Those status effects don't wear off. They just stick around the whole time.
Yes.
I don't get why they had to make it.
Well, as far as we know, they stick around the whole time. Who knows? In
4.
these?
Okay, it's, at least in 4 it sticks around. I can give that. Except for the spells like Reflect that are supposed to wear off after a bit.
I am honestly worried, but
Yes.
I'm looking forward to 4 anyway, just because I like 4.
4 was fun. It's out.
Well, yes, but I'm not going to be playing it. I have other things to do. I
Fair.
assume someone will be streaming it.
Already did it.
there are 2 mods that I would suggest to anyone who wanted to play 4. Grab the mod that makes it so that the rare drops can be bought in shops,
Yeah.
because it's not worth your time.
Correct.
Also, there's one that puts the EXP curve back to the original Super Nintendo one. That's optional if you want to be over leveled. Go with the base one,
And
but
just run from things.
yeah. But like the one that buy stuff from shops, don't grind for the pink tail. It is not worth it. Please don't.
It's interesting because with 1 and 2, if I remember rightly, at least for 1, it was easier.
Yes.
That was what was reported, and like
Yes. Slightly.
that's fine for a remake because it means people who've never seen the story can just blast through and enjoy it. But this one was fucked up.
In
I mean-
fairness, it was fucked up to begin with. They
I
just
mean-
made it worse.
2 having instant death on attacks and not having a way to deal with invulnerabilities for that. That also
Well,
was
The way to deal with that was to train up dodge and have a dodge tank, and then they changed the row system, which undermined your ability to create a dodge tank.
right. And then you also have things that say they prevent instant death, but not instant death on melee, which is just like, then why bother having a thing that blocks instant death?
Don't tell me it blocks instant death if it doesn't block instant death.
It's the same problem that was in Final Fantasy 1 NES version
Yeah,
where
I think
you had
that
a
was the
protect ring in
case
there.
in both Classic 1 and Classic 2, that touch was different than spells and effects for getting around immunities.
Yeah.
And that was just a way that touch effects were vicious. Nothing will protect you when the Mind Flayer just gets onto you and chomps the whole brain out.
I have a clip for showing that exact thing happening. It's just, nope, you lose.
Like, the things that can really be said for this, at least having the quick saves at each level means you can retry things, but...
Yeah, the checkpoints mean that you can persevere and drive your way through it.
Oh yeah,
That quality of
otherwise,
life is there.
yeah, otherwise you would have had to redo that entire dungeon there at the end because you lost the
Twice.
first time.
Well, yeah, we only wiped them once against beams, but... Question how well that second attempt would have gone if it had to be after
Yeah.
doing the entire dungeon again.
Ugh. Although, I was paying rough attention to how the numbers worked, and I think if your whole crew there had had 1 or 2 more levels, it would have been a much smoother run at the end, just based on how the damage variance went. But I think you were at the right points to show that, yes, this fight is brutal and mean, and I love it, and also hate it at the same time.
I appreciate the simplicity of the fight design. She's only going to do one thing, you know exactly what it is. Can you handle it?
And if the tools all still worked the way they did in the original product, the answer is yes. And without that, it's okay, here's the one specific thing that will carry you through that fight. And it's the antithesis of everything that should be on the table when you have this customization system at the forefront of how your team works. We're gonna give you a wide variety of tools, and 95% of them are wrong. We're going to give you one tool and then a bunch of decoys. You need to figure out what you need to abandon. You cannot do a Fiesta of 3. Because the answer will always be, alright, grind to level 90. Because you do not get the things that gives you through the beams. Still looked nice. Sounded nice. And the good note we walked into this session with of there is still someone alive working on this, just probably under, the same duress that everything else happens under. In the current times.
Yeah.
Some of the enemy designs were very good, and I will treasure that crab forever.
Powerful crab.
Yeah, once someone's able to fully decompile like the Unity to figure out how scripts and or how functions work, then things can really get moving. But at the moment, it still is largely change numbers around, which numbers can't fix everything.
Yeah, either the modding community will break into deeper layers and be able to perform the necessary surgeries, or first-party support will have time to catch up and conduct salvage.
I just wish there was like a way to actually give feedback on this stuff and to know that somebody has seen it and said, okay.
I could believe that this experience will be different in a year.
Yeah, unfortunately, Square Enix is a large corporation and therefore does not have a way to tell you, yes, your concerns are heard.
They move at large company speed, with large company finesse of, no, not at all.
Where's the ombudsperson for Final Fantasy Pixel remakes?
Newbie, you've been in somewhat in contact with the people for like Dark Deity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's kind of the experience I'm going with here, where Newbie's talking with someone every so often, or at least giving information about his playthrough, and some of that stuff can be seen from other people talking to the creators and they're making changes. Well, with this, nah, anything you say, it's like you're talking to a brick wall. You don't know if anything's getting through.
Well, because most of it's farmed out to third-party companies, right?
And
There's no-
you can't really make a comparison
I know,
between.
it's frustrating that you can see a change in one game, but in this one, even though they have the capacity to change, because it's farmed out, it's not going to happen. Or at least it's going to be extremely difficult for it to happen.
Particle beam.
Yep.